It's always the end ones that have the 24s. So I think maybe the end units are bigger and they like control half of this room too. I have no idea. That's just my theory. Because I think the install crew did it. And they didn't care what they were doing. Yeah, we're on the third floor.
It's like fucking.
Maybe this one is a 2022. It's supposed to be.
It's like, I don't know, it's weird, right?
This is going long ways. The other ones were standing straight up. You want to check it out?
Is it 20 by 22? It is, I can tell. Pull it up. That's like a 4 by.
It's the 2024 by 1, but they had it in sideways. So that half, you could tell isn't even being used. With a quarter.
Yeah, I feel like you should put it 20 by.
Give me a great location for this filter.
Where's the thermostat in this? Behind the fridge, that's gonna work really good. That's just gonna take ass, take names. Alright, I'm getting stuff
Why doesn't it want to stay now? Because I bent it too much? I need it to be an inch taller to remove those sheet metal screws.
Yes. All right, everybody, welcome back to Sonoma Race. We had a couple weeks off. We had IndyCar here, and that was a great race. Let me tell you, I got to sit up in the stands, and it was a really highly competitive race. I thought Rossi was going to actually come back and pull it off and maybe pick up the championship. He fell short. It was a good race. So unfortunately, we won't see them back here anytime soon. So let's get with the lane assignments. Most of you already know where they are, so we'll just start out. 0-0 be high school. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are street. Sports Street are 5, 6, 7, and 8. Comp Rod, you'd be in 9 and 10. Motorcycle, we just give you one lane because you guys are narrow and you can fit all your bikes in there. Lane 11. Gear Jammers, we give you 12 and 13. The Big Money Boys, Jackpot, being 14 and 15. Lane 16 will be time only. Now, a couple of little rules that we keep hearing over and over again, but, you know, a lot of people do not do some of the things. If you run 13.99 or quicker in the quarter mile, helmets are required. SFI jackets run on any car running aftermarket superchargers or turbochargers. There'll be no passengers. Passengers must be over the age of 16. Any convertible running 13.49 or quicker in the quarter mile, they will require roll bars. You know, on hardtop cars or trucks, you can they'll go all the way down to 11.49 or quicker in the quarter mile. You will require roll bars, SFI jacket, and a helmet. Now this is a sticky one, and we'll get this one right. Cars, 2008 or newer, unaltered hardtop cars. That's unaltered. Running slower than 9.99 in the quarter and slower than 1.35 in the quarter mile do not require roll bars, but they require a helmet and a jacket. Just remember the return road speed is 15 miles an hour. The stands are down, so we get to see you come all the way down. We get to know who it is, and we will let you know if you get caught speeding. And, you know, about 5 miles out in the pits, there are usually a lot of people as it gets later in the day. You can tell by the big giant fan base out there looking on already. Just be aware of that. And when the track lights come on, please turn on your tail lights. Okay, that is a safety thing. So when they do come on, turn on your tail lights. And I also like to say that Wednesday Night Drag is brought to you by Universal Technical Institute. Horsepower for your life, training for your career. They've got automotive, diesel, motorcycle, collision repair, NASCAR, marine, CNC machining, and welding. Got their brochure up here if anybody wants to take a look at it. I don't know if they have their booth here tonight, but you can go around there. We do have Trip Zero stickers out for tonight. We have some 007 stickers too. I went to the banks. I only got one $2 bill, so you guys are going to fight for it. First person who gets it, we're going to do it like this tonight in eliminations for the $2 bill. It's going to be, since we only got one, it'll be in elimination. $2 bill for eliminations. We gone, and if you guys get any other ones, I'll take your names, and we'll just go like that. And I ordered about $40 worth, so they'll be in next week, hopefully. And that way I don't have to go to 6 banks. So we got one $2 bill. So we'll get you guys going shortly here once we get everything taken care of up here. So we'll be here again next Wednesday night, the 26th, and that'll conclude September. Man, we're quickly going through this. We'll be into October real quick here. We're going to have October 3rd will be Wednesday night, October 10th, and the 24th, all Wednesdays. And then for those of you who do want to show up, we will be having a Halloween race on October 31st. You know, I said before, we've got to come up with an idea. We've got to come up with something for that race for everybody who shows up. Maybe lots of candy for you guys. I don't know. Best costume. Maybe we'll do who can dress up as the best Kyle Seipel impersonation costume. We'll win some money. Who knows? We'll come up with an idea. So once we get everything situated here, we'll get you ready to go. And when we get going, we're going to start with Jackpot. They're going to go out first on the time runs, and then we'll probably head over to Comp Rod and then get right back into the regular in rotation. So again, We'll get you going in a few minutes here. All right, it looks like we got up in the tower. One of our local legends up here, Steve Parrish, is up here today watching the race. So we're going to try to get him up in the speaker's chair up here when later in the day, have him do a little announcing. If I can get him to do it, we'll see it. Not if you all know Steve, have him come up and wish him well. He's up here in the tower all night. He came in with Billy Taggart. So again, if you want to say hi to Steve Parrish, he's here in the tower. All right, we're just waiting just a little bit for the booth to come back down. They kind of hit it during the IndyCar races. So once we get the booth here, we're going to get you guys out and going. That way Lisa doesn't have to stand out there and be cold. Well, as soon as we find her booth, we will be on the way. Also, I was on online the other night, and I got to see all you guys' reaction times for the year in categories. I guess Ron Love had posted this. You know, it goes all the way back to 2010 to 2018. It's got what the average was for the year on Comp Rod, Gear Jammers, High School, Jackpot, Motorcycle, Sports Street, and Street. I can tell you what you were in 2010. The only one we don't have is Gear Jammers. So we'll go to 2011. The average for Comp Rod in 2011 was 131. Gear Jammers was 279. High School, hey, 162. They were actually better than Gear Jammers. Wow. Jackpot was 065. Motorcycles were 238. Sports Street 246, and Street was 183. We got a few years to go. We'll talk a little bit more about it as they go down. Now, what I've heard is that they don't throw out the highs and the lows. It's average of all the runs. So that is what all the runs. Now, I saw a second one out here that had a different total. That was because they threw out the highs and they threw out the lows, and it was a little bit different. But I figure you can't really do that because you got bad lights, you got good lights, you got guys that come in a couple of times, they take only 2 or 3 hits and they go home and they do some great runs. So, you know, you just got to take the average of everything, and that's how it should go. So that's what they come up with, and that's what the averages were in 2011. Yeah, let's see, in 2015, Comp Rod win 118. Gear Jammers went 260. High School went 308. Doesn't fall off really much. Actually, got a little faster in Jackpot. They went 063 on the tree. Motorcycle was 237. Sports Street was 221, and Street was 193. You know, so as you see, it's relatively the same. They don't really vary that much at all. You know, when you get down to 218, it's pretty good. I got to give you guys all good lights out here. You guys have been doing really good all season. We'll see what that is in a little bit. So once again, once we get Lisa's booth, we will be getting you guys going. Well, I guess they had that bracket shootout a couple of weeks ago up in Sacramento again, and Chris Burden, what's he doing? Running for money? He sees big money on the line. He's going to go take the win. Brian Cam had to go up against him and came in second this time. But what's with Chris Burden, the money man? We're going to have to come up. The most interesting man in drag racing has become the most interesting man winning a lot of money. So, you know, congratulations to Chris if he's out here for taking the win up there in that super jackpot that Udo Richter puts on. He will be putting on another one here. I think it's November 15th. And if it doesn't rain, let's make it a big one. Let's get a lot of cars. I'm going to actually go and build a trophy for that one. So you're going to get one of those. And I see Lisa's boots. So once we get it hooked up, we will be getting underway. So drivers, stay close to your cars. Jackpot, we will start with you. As soon as we get the boots hooked up, we will send you down the track. All right, everybody, let's get ready to go. Jackpot, suit up. Jackpot, suit up. And Compot, you should be ready to go. You're going right after Jackpot. So I guess you guys might as well get ready and suit up too. So Jackpot and Compot, suit up. Let's get the show on the road. All right, here we go. We're going down with Jackpot for the first runs of the night. Looks like Bobby Grabrian over here in the O'Reilly side. And the only AMC out here in the Toyota lane. Bobby's one of the Fast Five, as I nicknamed him. He moved over from Street this year over into Jackpot, and he's 1 point behind for the championship. Behind who else? Brian Cam. If Bobby makes it all the way tonight, he'll probably be the points leader, and if Brian takes it all the way, he remains the points leader, so that'll be awful good. We'll see how that plays out as we go on tonight. All right, Bobby 0.45 on the tree. The Toyota lane was 0.41. Bobby goes 12.63 at 111. The Toyota side goes 12.89 at 103 miles an hour. All right, Eric Croker over here on the Toyota side. The Riley side, the Challenger. Eric's been doing good all season. He's gone deep in either in Comp Rod or Jackpot. He losing Jackpot. All right, look at that. Eric, 1:04 light, just a little bit late. 2 weeks off the show. The Riley side goes 0.57. Eric goes 13.03 at 103 miles an hour. O'Reilly side missed that one. All right, Nick Bublitz over here turns on the red light. Toyota side goes 0.24 to the red side. Matter of fact, the O'Reilly side turns it on too. Turns on the red light. O'Reilly side way faster, 10.38 at 127. 13.21, 104 miles an hour in the Toyota side. All right. Bob Norbaum Sr. in the Toyota side. Going against Mark Sawyer in that radical car. One of these days he's going to come over and actually buy the Turbo 350 that I have to make the car just a little bit quicker. He's got a glide in it right now. Norbaum turns on the red light. He gets there first. He goes 12.04 at 111 miles an hour. Sawyer goes 13.21 at 99. All right, nice light O'Reilly side, 0.05 on the tree. Total lane goes real late to a 240. And I'm not talking 2, it's 2.40. Okay, here comes Tommy Taggart in the wagon. He put a roll bar in it and everything. He's going to unleash that 383 tonight, see what this station wagon can run. All right, Taggart goes 11.58, 113 miles an hour. Riley side goes 10.58 and change. Tommy Johnson and Brian Cam. Tommy in the Toyota side, Cam in the O'Reilly lane. Nice light, Cam, 003, treat Tommy, big time, an 030 for Tommy. Great light, but 003, man, gonna beat you most of the time. Tommy's gonna go 10:15 at 129. Cam goes 12:15 to 110 miles an hour. Kevin Diadamo over here in the Toyota side. Kevin Diadamo goes 11:58, 113 miles an hour. Toyota side goes 10:45 at 127. All right, we got Christopher Burden going against Willie Woo. Burden. He took home the big bucks in the last race up there in Sacramento, that big buck shootout. Goes 020 red. Willie Woo, 008 on the tree. Woo gets there first, 10:58 at 127. Chris Burden goes 13:78 at 101. All right, we're back into Comprod. We got Joe Piazza over here in the Toyota side. I believe he's your points leader right now. Piazza turns the red light on big time, goes 082 red. The O'Reilly side goes 027. Piazza goes 12:35 at 108. The O'Reilly lane goes 12 flat at 113. I believe that's going to be Steve Del Buono Sr. And the O'Reilly side goes 004 on the tree. It's good to see you, Steve, out here. Toyota lane turns on the red light. Del Buono Sr. goes 10:52 at 123. I don't know if I believe he's still got that car for sale, that beautiful 55 in the O'Reilly side. Toyota side goes 10:85 at 127 miles an hour. Sean Owens in the Dart over in the Toyota side. He's late. Wow, big time late. O'Reilly side goes 10:25, 128 miles an hour. Owens 12. That can't be Owens. It's probably not. 12:45 at 107 miles an hour. All right, they're going to let the Toyota side go down the track. It looks like the Chevelle had a problem. I was talking to a gentleman who owns this. A year ago in the fire, he lost the car identical to this, and he had a Suburban, four-wheel drive Suburban. They lost both cars in the fire. He found the identical car right here, almost the same color as his car he lost out there in Arizona, bought it. And that's how this car came to exist over here in Sonoma. Due to the fire, he had to go buy another race car. He goes 11:23 at 112 miles an hour. And like Eric was just talking to me about it, can you believe it's almost been a year for the fires? Wow, how does time fly? All right, we got Mr. Black over here in the O'Reilly side coming up. That beautiful Oldsmobile. It's a 9-second car if he's got it tuned right and it hooks up. Mr. Black goes just a little bit early. Old 22 on the tree. Totus, I was 008. Mr. Black goes with a little bit off, shoots off the star line and hurt him a bit. Goes 10:02 at 132 miles an hour. Totus, I goes 12:69 at 111. Hey, here you go. Camaro. And over there, and it looks like about 67, 68 Camaro. Going against the Vega in the O'Reilly lane. The Toyota side goes 1173, 123. The O'Reilly lane goes 1186 at 118. All right, here we go. And Bobby was just up here and told me he took home the big bucks. They all took the whole bet. They had a huge bet going on who was the closest to the dial within the thou, and Bobby takes the big money. I mean, he just whipped out a whole wad of cash here, showing me all of it. Man, you guys gamble big time. I don't want to gamble with you guys anymore. I can't afford that. That whole $3. Man, you guys go out all the time. All right, we're going to reset the tree to a 410s Pro tree for motorcycle, and we're going to go check on a cone up on the top end, and then we'll get you guys going. And Bobby, what are you going to do with that $3? He said he's going to save it to make $5. All right, so okay, he's got the big bucks for tonight. He's up $3 in the betting. Once we get the cones all situated on top, we'll send the motorcycles down. Well, it looks like we're going to have the Sonoma. We had the Indy cars here for the Sonoma Grand Prix, so I guess we're going to go out today and we're going to do our own interpretation looking at the cars right now in the lanes. I would say we're going to go and do the Sonoma 500. We're going to give you guys a lot of time runs today. Hope you got gas. Hope your cars hold up. Well, the Chevelle, anytime you see smoke coming out from underneath the hood, it's not usually a good thing. Hopefully it's nothing major. Maybe it's just a little leaky hose, and hopefully they can get the Chevelle back on the way and get some time runs in it. And now we're back into motorcycle. We got Doug Love over here in the Toyota side. Doug, he's in second place. He needs to do a little bit of work to get up to first, to catch our first place rider. We'll see what he's going to do tonight. I don't see our first place motorcycle rider yet, so Doug has a chance to put some points on him since I've only seen like 3 motorcycles. But it's too early. It's only 4:30, so we'll see what happens. Doug Love goes 13:01, 101 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 1094 at 132. Okay, Bill Myers is going to take the solo pass by himself. I believe he got all the way, it was either him or his brother last Wednesday night we were here, made it all the way to the finals. And I think he won, too. Goes 1471 at 87 miles an hour. All right, we're going to reset the tree. We're going to get into gear jammers. I believe that's Barry Beff over there in the white Mustang. He's your points leader for them. You can tell by all the wind stickers and all the stickers in the back window. He's having a phenomenal year, fantastic year as being the points leader. He's gone deep and deep and deep, always in gear jammers. So once again, to all the drivers, don't wander too far from your cars today. We look like right now we're light in the lane, so we're going to be moving through the rotation fairly quick. All right, 1570 at 106 miles an hour. Barry Buffett. O'Reilly side goes 1219 at 113. All right, here's a BMW in the O'Reilly side. Now that could be Daniel Valencia. I'm not sure if it is or not. I know he's out here and he has a BMW. So if I'm wrong, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm wrong. Going against the Mustang in the Toyota lane. But yeah, it is a stick shift too. So that could be him in the O'Reilly lane. I really don't think that's Daniel Valencia. Goes 1110 at 132 miles an hour. Don't think that's him. The Toyota side goes 1241 at 124. That brings us to Ron Jacks. Ron Jacks, he's Mr. Outdoors, man. You gotta see some of the stuff. He does hunting, fishing all the time. Sometimes you just see his fishing pole sitting there, so you gotta be wondering what's he doing. And when he gets to come back around, he goes trip zero. The O'Reilly lane goes 002. Like I said, I have $1, $2 bill tonight, so it is only going in eliminations. But if he wants to come up to the tower or car number 22, the driver, and give me his name, when I get more $2 bills, I will get him one. The Toyota side goes 1243 at 109 miles an hour. O'Reilly side 1312 at 111. Great lights by both. Okay, a little work on these two lights are needed for the next when we get to eliminations. They were close to each other, so that makes it a fair race. Toyota side goes 1513 at 92 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 1302 at 113. Okay, these are going to be our last two gear jam cars. They're going to bring us up to Sports Street. See, our points leader in Sports Street is pulling up. That's dead on Doug McKay. Toyota side goes 1190 at 123 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 1574 at 87 miles an hour. All right, here's dead on Doug McKay, your points leader. He's got that twin turbo EcoBoost Ford pickup truck in the O'Reilly lane. Well, you know the Mustang's going to be a V6, and that could be an EcoBoost Mustang 2 in the Toyota side. We'll find out, but he's definitely passed Doug, and he's going to go 1240 at 113 miles an hour. The O'Reilly side, 1388 at 96. All right. Here we go. We got the Jupiter 2. That's the retired Rick McNamara, NASA test pilot, going against an EcoBoost Mustang in the O'Reilly side. This is brand new. His first time out on the track. And look at that. Rick, I'm going to be seeing him in the tower. He gets an 07. He goes Bond. The new stickers are going to be made for next year. I'm going to change them up a little bit, put the year and everything on them so you guys know what year you had them. He goes 1923 at 71 miles an hour, and the first pass down the track in his new Mustang, he goes 1650 at 85 miles an hour. All right, they got the Chevelle running. That's a good sign. Hopefully they got it fixed and he'll be able to come out and do some more passes. I see Bob Newellbaum Sr. was out there working on it, and making sure everything's good on it. Toyota side goes 1376 at 104. O'Reilly side goes 1228 at 115. All right, BMW in the O'Reilly side. I can't really tell you what you got over there on the Toyota side. I got Danny standing in my way, so won't be able to tell you. BMW is quick. It had a really late light. He was 432 on the tree. To the Toyota side, it was 129. O'Reilly side goes 1282 at 111. Toyota side goes 1605 at 87 miles an hour. All right, here we go. We got the Porsche. Porsche, he's been doing really, really good. I do apologize. And that's going to be Tom Markovich in the Porsche in the O'Reilly lane. He's doing pretty good this year. He's had a pretty good season. And Markovich goes 1352 at 104. Toyota side goes 1421 at 95. All right, looks like the Oldsmobile left before the tree was activated, so he won't get a time. The Toyota side goes 132 on the tree. He goes 1542 at 88 miles an hour, and the Old's taking a sweet trip down the track. All right, I believe we're into street. Once we get the Oldsmobile clear, we're going to start street, and I'm going to believe we're going to see Big Bad Brad Bowen over here in the Toyota side. We asked him why you're changing your lug nuts to put on your race tires with a ratchet wrench. We go, didn't you hear of they got electric impacts? He goes, yeah, I broke it. How do you break the tip off an electric impact? I've had mine for like 4 years and I haven't broke it yet, but Brad found a way. 1367 at 97 miles an hour. He turned on the red light, was 010 on the tree. The O'Reilly lane went 1322 at 108. All right, Challenger Camaro. All right, your O'Reilly side goes 002 on the tree, so if you want to send him up here, I'll take his name, and when I get more $2 bills, I will be able to hand them out. All right, the O'Reilly side went 14:18, 95 miles an hour. Total lane went 11:56 at 1:16. I got Rick McNamara, the retired NASA pilot, who just went 007 on the tree in his minivan. That's the real 19-second minivan. So if he can do that all night long and run 19s all the time, he might be able to take it tonight. We'll see what Rick can do. See what happens when he retired. He's in a Barco Lounger on wheels. Toyota side goes 11:47 at 103 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 14:53 at 89. All right, got Spencer Marcel here in the Toyota side. He's coming up. All right. Spencer Marcel goes 11:88, 113. He did turn on the red light. He goes 005 on the tree. Not bad in the other lane. He went 003 and went 14:41 at 97 miles an hour. All right, 14:52, 94 miles an hour. Riley side 13:53 at 99. Hey, here's Nick Egan over in the total lane. One day he's going to get an 007 light. We're just hoping for Nicky to do that. Nicky Egan went 12:06 at 114 miles an hour. O'Reilly side 13:33 at 100. Yeah. All right. The Toyota lane goes 13:81 at 99 miles an hour. O'Reilly side 16:31 at 86. Once again, I went to 3 banks today and nobody had $2 bills. I have one $2 bill. So if you do go 002 on the tree, save your time slip, bring it up to me next Wednesday night. I will have $2 bills. I ordered $40 worth of, well, I ordered $42 bills. So whatever that comes out to be. And plus, if they don't have them, I will find $2 bills to make everything up. Toyota side goes 14:54, 96 miles an hour. O'Reilly side 15:26 at 89. All right. Total lane goes 11:78, 116 miles an hour. Riley side goes 13:20 at 104. 1426, 94 miles out, toe to side. O'Reilly lane 1574 at 88. All right, the O'Reilly side goes 1191 at 121. Toyota side goes 13 flat at 111. O'Reilly side 1227, 113 miles an hour. Toyota side 1429 at 105. I believe we're getting real close to going into high school here. I can see a couple of cars I recognize for high school. I don't know if these two are high schools or still street cars. Can't tell you that yet until we get all the data input, and then we'll be giving you all the names, where they're from, where their cars are, and everything. So right now we're just gonna wing with who we know and what we can do. All right, Jackpot, suit up. Jackpot, suit up. Jackpot, to your cars, suit up. Comprod, you should be ready to go too. Jackpot and Comprod, get ready to go. All right, Toyota side goes 1222 at 110 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 1521 at 90 miles an hour. Okay, now I know we're in high school because I see HS on 3 of the cars. That's a big high school class. All right, high school numbers this year for their reaction times. If I can see it, I gotta get my glasses focused here or just make the screen bigger on my phone. High school has an average of 251. So we'll see if they can improve on that a little bit tonight. And he goes 011, so that kind of helps lower it just a little bit. He goes 1650 at 83 miles an hour. And here we are with the big boys. The big boys who want to play dialing for dollars, as I like to call it. This year, the average reaction time for Jackpot is, hey, it's gone up just a little bit, 072. Jackpot just a hair higher. We got Bobby Gabriel over here in the Toyota side going against Eric Croker. Croker out of San Leandro, California. He's got that little 98 Trans Am. You know, that car's got 200,000 miles on it. Turns on the red light. Bobby, he's got the Mustang. He doesn't have 200,000. He goes 031 on the tree. Bobby gets there first. He goes 1264 at 111 miles an hour. Eric Croker, 1293 at 103. Chris Sluff in the only AMC car out here, the 70 Javelin, going against Jose Salvador in the 2016 Challenger. All right. Jose turns on the red light. Chris left. 089 on the tree. All right, 1288 for Chris left at 102 miles an hour. Jose Salvador goes 1284 at 108. Jorge Valencia, Santa Rosa, California, Applied Automotive sponsor, 72 Chevy Love, 427 cubic inch LS motor. Nick Bublitz in his Corvette. Hey guys, it's for sale. You got 12K? It's all yours. Jorge, just a little bit premature acceleration on that one. Well, actually, that's a big red, right? 053. He goes 1045 at 125. Bublitz goes 1321 at 104. Mark Sawyer in the Chevy Love. Dan Brown in the Camaro. All right, Dan Brown goes 1074 at 123 miles an hour. Mark Sawyer goes 1327 at 97 miles an hour. Scott Shirley and the Barber, Mr. 300, Ray Lucas. Over here in the O'Reilly side. Lucas, he goes a little bit Roxanne, turns on the red light. Scott Surley, 027 on the tree. And Lucas goes 1172 at 81 miles an hour. He shut that down early. Something might have happened to Ray. Scott Surley goes 1181 at 112 miles an hour. Brian Cam, your points leader in jackpot. Bob Norbaum Sr. in the O'Reilly side. Cam, a little bit late on the tree, got schooled by Norbaum. Norbaum goes 006, Cam 070. Norbaum gets there first, goes 1205 at 110 miles an hour. Brian Cam goes 1222 at 109. Christopher Burden, man, he's got a lot of money in his pocket. Toyota Lane. Tommy Taggart, let's see if he can get this thing into the 1140s. He's trying, he's got the cage, he can unleash the beast. Let's see, he can jack the timing up on this and let it fly. He passed Tech, so now he can go into the 11s. 085 on the tree red. Tommy's anxious. He wants to push this thing down the track, see what it does. He goes 1151. He's getting closer at 112 miles an hour. Chris Burden, 1367 at 100 miles an hour. Doug Miller, Mr. Black, toe to side. Kevin Diadamo. The 70 Nova, O'Reilly side. Kevin Diadamo, 017 on the tree. Doug Miller, 059. Miller gets there first, goes 1010 at 129 miles an hour. Diadamo, 1159 at 111. Jeff Bassard and Big Bad Tommy Johnson from Big Johnson's Automotive, 70 Camaro. This is a 9, runs real close to the 9s. It probably could, he keeps it dialed back. It's a pump gas, 565 cubic inch dart motor, running pump gas. This will be about a 10, knowing Tommy's going to run about 10:05 around in there. Puts the wheels up, it's good to see him running good again. He's on a 3-win race streak here. 035 on the tree. Bassard treat him though. 006. Tommy 1020 at 128. Jeff Bassard 1053 at 125. All right, we're in the comp rod. We're going to have Willie Woo and Joe Piazza. Joe's your points leader. Willie Woo goes 031 on the tree. Piazza 048. Willie Woo 1057 at 126. Piazza 1236 at 107. Michael Smith and Dean Martin. Hey, that's a good name. I go by the middle name. Just it works out better that way when you say, "Hi, I'm Dean Martin." Michael Smith goes 1189, 111 miles an hour. David Martin, or Dean Martin, goes 1031 at 127. Zaba Rosales, he's got that GTR. That's a 10-second car in the total. Ain't going against Ali Aslam. He's the movie guy. Has he got the 67 Camaro out here? Yeah, he does. He goes 1124 at 123. Zaba goes 1034 at 130. Rich Rivero and Jared Tolis. Hey, you're going to do a little work on light. He goes 1121 for Rich. Jared goes 1288 at 104. Dale Hartman and Don Glenn in the O'Reilly set, a 40 Chevy against 69 Nova. All right, Don Glenn turns on the red light. He goes 062 on the tree. Dale Hartman, not bad, 013 on the tree. He goes 1013 at 132 miles an hour. Don Glenn goes 13 flat at 101. Cedric Chong and Steve Del Bruno Sr. Hey, now, this car is for sale. You guys want a beautiful 55 Chevy. This is the car you want. Steve's car is a great looking car. Look at that 011 on the tree. Get in it and watch what it'll run. It'll run this all day too. So again, it's for sale. Come out and give them some money. 1061 at 121. Looks like we got Cedric Tong's got a little bit of a problem. He's coasting down the track. And hopefully he'll get all the way to the top end. We're going to see. We're getting ready for motorcycle. We're going to reset the tree to a 410 street. We're just waiting for Cedric to get down the track. I don't know if we're going to send out the safety truck yet, but we will see. All right, it looks like we're going to probably have to go get him. We're going to send out the safety truck. We'll take a few second break here, and then we'll get right to motorcycles. I don't know if anybody was following on Facebook and everything that our resident celebrity here, Marco Perovalois. Marco Perovalaris. I keep forgetting the R in Marco's name. He took a big win up in Utah. He took home 25 grand. No, Marco, he is definitely on a hot streak. One of the best races we have out here. I gotta say, when you go up against Marco, you better bring your A game, because you know one thing is, he's bringing his. All right, we're getting the car towed off. I see the safety truck towing him off. So as soon as he clears, we will be sending a motorcycle down the track. All right, we've got him cleared the track. We're going in the motorcycle. We got Doug Love, John Baldo over here in the Riley state. Doug Love, he's your number 2 in points. I mean, looks like our number 1 points leader hasn't showed up yet. So, if he doesn't show up, he's going to pick up a little bit on him if he goes all the way. All right, we picked up a couple more motorcycle riders here today. All right. Doug Love, 13:31 at 97 miles an hour. Sean Baldo goes 10:82 at 130 miles an hour. I believe this is Myers going down the track. Don't know which one, but I believe it's one of them. He goes 14:85 at 85 miles an hour. All right, 2 baggers going down the track, 2 Harleys. A little late on treat. Let's see if they can get in some decent times. Let's see what they go. Let's see what they get going. It looks like they're going to be in the 11s. 11:08, 117 miles an hour to the side. 11:82 at 109. Not bad for baggers and Harleys. All right, we got a few more motorcycles that came up here now. Hey, that's good. We're going to have a good race now on motorcycles. All right, total lane goes 11:48 at 141. Wow, that's a lot of miles an hour for an 11-second pass. O'Reilly side 13:24 at 104. Think about that. 11:48, 141. Fast. All right, we're back into gear jammers. Barry Beffa, your points leader in the Toyota side. Patrick Lanou in the O'Reilly lane. Hey, look at this, identical light. Beffa 102, Lanou 102. Wow, you don't see that happen too much. Beffa goes 12:39, 114. Lanou goes 12:70 at 113. Huh. That was close. Ray Ramirez, Toyota side. Andy Chavetsky in the O'Reilly side. Ray Ramirez goes 10:89, 131 miles an hour. Andy goes 12:05 at 126. Ron Jacks, Joshua Lake, the O'Reilly side. Well, next time I see Ron up here, he already got a perfect light sticker and backs it up with an 038. I tell him, bring me some duck. Got a lot. He shot a whole bunch of ducks the other day. I didn't had him in the back of his. I think they were ducks. Oh, he had something he shot. And went out hunting. Gotta hit him up for something. He's gonna bring me some frozen stuff. I'm gonna hit him up for that. He goes 1250 at 109 miles an hour. Lake goes 1250 at 112. Carlos Hilson, toe to side. Hilson goes 1272 at 114 miles an hour. Riley side goes 1542 at 87. Eric Phillips, O'Reilly side in the 01 Honda. That's one of those little 2000s. Last time out, I think the Oldsmobile had a little issue going down the track. Toe to side goes 1577 at 103. Eric Phillips goes 1472 at 93 miles an hour. Tim Turnspeed, Napa in the 94 Mustang. O'Reilly side. Go to the lane, turns on the red light. 064 to the very bad side of the tree. He goes 1327, 111 mile an hour, and look to the lane. O'Reilly side, Tim Turnspeed goes 15 flat, 90 miles an hour. Christian Flores and Vince Cardinale in the O'Reilly lane. Vince turns the red light on 014 to the bad side of the tree, goes 1227, 118. Christian goes 1186 at 117. All right, that's going to bring us right back into Sports Street. We're going to have dead on Doug McKay against Rick McNamoyle in the Jupiter 2. Last time out, Rick McNamoyle was a 007 light. He goes 118. I'm looking, I know the cars, and I'm just looking at the screens. Boy, they got them in the wrong lanes. McKay goes. All right, we'll just leave that alone then. McKay got there first. Sean Kramer, toe to side, and David Lambert in the O'Reilly side. Don Kramer goes 1209 at 115 miles an hour. David Lambert goes 1631 at 85 miles an hour. And sometimes you look at it and you get the data input, you look at it and you look at the screen, you see the two cars in both lanes, you know who they are. And it does not even comprehend to the car because you're going, okay, we'll leave this alone. Like right now, Daniel Valencia just went down the track. He goes 1572 at 89 miles an hour. Dylan goes 1245 at 113. Tom Markovich in the Porsche in the O'Reilly lane, 142 on the tree. $13.49, 104 miles an hour on the O'Reilly side. Toyota side goes 1382 at 100 miles an hour. Steve Del Buono Jr. Hey, his dad's out here. His son's out here. He's got the Kia. Hey, why doesn't Steve Sr. just let Steve Jr. drive the car? But I don't know. Maybe I think like Steve Jr. has a little back issue. I think that might be the reason why. Steve goes 1549 at 88 miles an hour. Toyota side goes 1596 at 85 miles an hour. Juan Sanchez, toe to side. Neil Marissa on the Riley side. Affinity against the body. Oh, it looks like the Affinity is gone. Could be because of the tree, because Juan was late. He had an 806 lights. Neil wasn't bad. He had a 483. He goes 1404 at 96 miles an hour. Total lane goes 1384 at 107. I believe I see it could be over here in the Toyota lane. It could be the Legend over here, as we like to call him, Bill Taggart. He calls this the Tortoise. It's slow, it cuts great lights, and it runs its number all day. He's number 2 in the points. See what happens. The O'Reilly side goes 1253 at 109 miles an hour. Taggart goes 1825 at 74. Hey, he had a great light, 055. Okay, I might be the last of it. We're going to reset it. We'll be into street. All right, we have Big Bad Brad Bowen over here in the Toyota side in the 2000 Trans Am, going against the Challenger. Now they held up the Challenger for some reason. Let's see what they're going to do with that. Let's see what Brad was 047 red. His girlfriend was nice enough to bring me up nachos, so I had some kind of dinner tonight. I know, I ate with the wholesome food group. We got to do that once in a while. Brad goes 1359 at 98 miles an hour. Got to go for that fake cheese and corn nachos and, hey, jalapeno, man. That's where it's at. All right, we're going to reset the tree over here, and we're going to get the Challenger to go down. Nice light, 167. See what he does on the top end. By his numbers, he's going to be in the 11s. Yeah, 1140 at 126 miles an hour. Steve Ball over here in the Toyota lane. Ryan Haluska out of Katati in the 99 GMC. Well, I don't think that's a GMC for Ryan Haluska. You know, like he's racing something else tonight. Ryan goes 1137, 118. Steve Ball, 1176 at 121. We have. Oh. All right. Oh. Okay. So that was not Ryan Haluska and Steve Ball in the last runs. This is Steve Ball and Ryan Haluska. They just crossed the numbers up, and I read it. I can't be sure who they are half the time, but Steve Ball, 027 on the tree. Ryan Haluska, 013 on the tree. Haluska goes 1445 at 90 miles an hour. Steve Ball, 1410 at 93 miles an hour. It's not always just me. Sometimes I'll get it wrong, but sometimes I don't. Dave Mullet, toe to side. Mike DePrito in the O'Reilly lane. He's got that 08 GMC right here. Now this GMC, last time out, I don't know if we got time on it last time out. This is the one I saw in the lane. It's got a Pro Charger in it. This thing should get up and go. A little late on the tree was Mike, but this thing should have some top end charge. Actually, I heard him let out of it. Yeah, he did. He goes 1355 at 82 miles an hour. Dave Mullet goes 1411 at 96 miles an hour. Jose Hernandez and Rod Shackler on the O'Reilly side. All right, Hernandez wins 12:04 at 120. Shackler wins 16:61 at 79 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 11:73 at 118. Toda side goes 12:80 at 111. Kevin Ruggiero and Alex Mann, Mustang and Dodge, 71 Dodge. Looks like a little Dodge Dart, or it could be a Swinger over there on the Toyota side. Dennis Stratford turns on the red light. I got some guests up here in the tower. I got Bobby Gabriel and the most interesting man in drag racing, and a guy who keeps winning big bucks, Chris Burden. Stratford goes 12:38 at 113 miles an hour. Riley side goes 13:83 at 107. George Lee and Spencer Marcel. Well, listening to Bobby and Chris, they tell me it's warm outside, so hey, it's nice in here. Got air conditioning. What the heck? You guys got to hang out there and get all sweaty. Rick McNamara joins the crew. Spencer Marcel goes 11:77 at 113 miles an hour. George Lee goes 11:54 at 116. Lorenzo Garcia and Trevor Trevor Bajorland, okay, I get tongue-tied. You can do that. He goes 13:52 at 100 miles an hour. Garcia goes 13:31 at 100 miles an hour. Dennis Crawley, he's got the Corvette that used to belong to Mike Gervais. Gervais got the real Corvette now. Going against... Okay, Marley Firmer. And Firmer goes 15:35 at 87 miles an hour. Dennis Crawley goes 14:52 at 94. Hey, a couple weeks ago, he was the oldest high school student driving here. Nick Egan, he's got the Jaguar. He was close. He goes 0.95. God, I want to give him an 007 sticker so bad. He goes 11.97 at 116. Becky Gita goes 13.75 at 100 miles an hour. Michael Gervais, hey, he's got a Camaro out here today. What's going on? He didn't bring out the big bag Corvette. Brings out the 70 Camaro. Gervais turns on the red light. He goes 14-12 at 97 miles an hour. Matthew Hardy on the other side. He's got the 2018 Mustang. That doesn't look like a 2018 Mustang. It might have been. And just as a reminder, this is a right-hand turn only track. We have two turn-offs, a short one and a long one. Do not turn left. Right-hand car has the right of way. Just as a reminder, I don't know if I said that earlier today, but I'm going to say it now. They are drifting at the top end, so do not turn left, turn right only. To the side goes 1271 at 100 miles and 10 miles an hour. All right, we're going to send the Mustang down. So, and once again, when you see the track lights come on tonight, which you will see come on tonight, we will require you to turn on your tail lights. It is a safety feature. So again, no left turn, 2 right turns. Make that. Car in the right lane has that. And 15 miles an hour on the return road. You can see some of you coming down a little bit fast right now, especially a red car. The O'Reilly side goes 1196 at 113. Ted Corsi over in the Toyota side. He goes 171 in the pickup truck. Great Dodge. Ted, he goes 1565 at 89 miles an hour. Riley's side goes 1262 at 111. $13.15 at 106 miles an hour on the Toyota side. O'Reilly side goes 1403 at 101. All right, we're into high school. Ty Crum and Corbin McClintock in the O'Reilly side. And the high school students did not do very well in Top to Cops this year. They won only one race we had here. And I think we had 12 races, and they lost every single one. So they got to regroup and think about next year when Top to Cops comes back. And hopefully they can do better. I want to see it more competitive, guys, so come on, you got to beat the cops next year. All right, attention in the pits, center pits. Tommy Johnson's looking for a radiator hose. It's got to be a 2-inch, I believe, a diameter hose. The length is whatever you got, he'll make it work. So if anybody's got an extra radiator hose in their trailer, go see Tommy so you can go down the track. So again, Tommy Johnson's looking for some radiator hose for his upper radiator hose. If not, we'll just have to go find a car in the parking lot and take it off it. And I'm sure they won't miss it. Rick McLemore's he's got a screwdriver, and we'll go figure it out. Eric, we're back into jackpot. Eric Croker goes 1280 at 104 miles an hour. Bobby Grabrian goes 1256 at 111. Hey, the better of the three went to Bobby. Eric was a little bit late, 065 to 029. Nick at night, Bubblets. Toyota side going against Jose Salvador in the Toyota O'Reilly side. Hey, Salvador last time he went out, he goes 1284. Nick Bubblets in the Corvette that is for sale, 1321 at 104. Bubblets goes 1318 at 103 miles an hour. Jose Salvador goes 1276 at 108. Chris Sleth in the only AMC car out here, and Scott Surley in the O'Reilly side. Yeah, I think Nick was asking, I think he's asking like $12K for his car. I think something like that for the Corvette, which is not a bad price. So I said, hey, look, I got $12K. I got in my freezer at work. He looked at me and he goes, what do you mean? I go, yeah, I got $12K $1 bills. That constitutes $12K, doesn't it, Rick? Chris Left goes 1284 at 103 miles an hour. Scott Surley goes 1180 at 112. Somehow Nick didn't take the $12K that I offered him, and he's still driving the Corvette. Jorge Valencia, Toyota side, and the Applied Automotive 72 Chevy Love. Ray Lucas, Mr. 300 in the O'Reilly side in the Mustangs. Jorge's having a tough time leaving on the bottom bulb. I'm going to have to put the electronics back in that car. He goes 1051 at 124. Ray Lucas goes 1045 at 126. Mark Sawyer, and you can 72 Love Altered going against Brian Cam, your points leader in the O'Reilly side. Brian Cam goes 1214 at 109 miles an hour. Mark Sawyer, 1324 at 97 miles an hour. Okay, Bob Norbaum Sr. in the Toyota side, Chris Burden in the O'Reilly side, and Rick McNamara is teaching me sign language. He told me how to number 7 and some other. I have no idea what he's teaching me now, but I really don't want to know, but I will find out. Burden goes 011 on the tree. Norbaum Sr. goes 028. Norbaum goes 1201 at 110 miles an hour. Burton goes 1363 at 101. Tom Taggart, he's desperately trying to crack 1150. He's got the bar in there. He wants to go faster than 1150. He needs to have to put in the roll bar in. Goes 036 on the tree. Mr. Black, Doug Miller. He wants to justify putting the roll bar in. We'll see what's going to happen. Miller goes 10.07 at 130 miles an hour. Tom Taggart 11:51 at 112. I'll tell you what, if he comes out on a bracket race and it's cold in the morning, yes, he will be in the 11:49s. And when it cools off tonight, he'll probably get in there. He's that close. Dan Brown and Jeff Bessard. And Rick McNamara, who was teaching me sign language, has to go get ready to race. He showed me some signs that are really different. Jeff Bessard goes 10:55 at 125. Looks like something happened to Dan Brown. He's coasting down track, shut it off. Looks like he'll probably make it all the way up. And then once he's done there, we will be going into comp round. We're going to have Joe Piazza taking off once he clears the top. Your points leader again. All right, points leader Joe Piazza and Michael Smith in the O'Reilly side. Last time down, Joe Piazza went 12:36 at 107. Smith went 11:89 at 111 miles an hour. Hey, wow, for the second time tonight, we got identical lights. 039 for both cars. Smith gets there first. He goes 11:83 at 112. Piazza goes 12:36 at 107. Hey, that would be great during elimination. Then figure out, that would be close at the top end if they ran their numbers. Man, that'd be a good race. Rick Dunham and David Dean Martin, O'Reilly. And Martin goes 10.24 at 127. Rick Dunham goes 10.94 at 117 miles an hour. Willie Woo in Zabas Rosales. Rosales has got that street legal GTR. How would you like to have a car that goes 10.34 at 130 miles an hour and drive it here? Not put it on a trailer. That's what these new cars can do with their twin turbos, and Zaba's gone. He goes 0.17 red though, but he is just flying. Willie Woo, 0.42 on the tree. He's going to beat Willie. He goes 10.31 at 131. Willie Woo goes 10.55 at 127. Yeah, can you believe that? They're starting to build cars that you can drive from here to New York and back again and do 10 seconds in a quarter mile. They said they'd never match the 70s performance. They matched it and went beyond. Dale Hartman, Toyota side. Rich Rivero in the O'Reilly lane. So once again, if anybody has a radiator hose in their trailer, it's a 2-inch diameter, go see Tommy Johnson. He really needs a hose. He put a new one on it, and the new one didn't last long. Should have kept the old one on, Tom. Hartman goes 10.25 at 113. Rich Rivero goes 11.12 at 124. Steve Del Buono Sr. and Don Glenn. Last time down, Steve went 10.61 at 121. Glenn went 13 flat at 101. And Glenn turns on the red light. He goes 008 red, 006 to the good side with Steve. It was 10.61 at 122 miles an hour. Steve Del Buono Sr. Don Glenn, 12.42 at 104 miles an hour. All right, Ali Essen, he's over there in the O'Reilly side in the 67 Camaro. Last time out, Ali went 11.24 at 123. Look, Ali goes 12.02 at 89 miles an hour. Toyota side goes 10.99 at 125. We're back into the wonderful world of motorcycles. Doug Love and Bill Myers. I know one of the Myers last week took the win home in motorcycles. Love, 0.46 on the tree. He's going to push it hard tonight. He's going to try to go all the way. He needs to make some points up and make them up now because there's only a few races left to try to catch Sisk. He goes 13.23 at 98 miles an hour. Myers goes 15.23 at 84. All right, the battle of the baggers. Let's see which one gets there first. The reaction times were close, 5.34 and a 4.21. They're both going to be in the 11s again. I'm going to say it's the O'Reilly side takes the win. 11.07, almost in the 10s at 117 miles an hour. Toyota side, 11.78 at 108. Sean Baldo going against James Mione. Toyota side, the Kawasaki going against a BMW. Baldo went 10.82 last time out at 132 miles an hour. Sean goes 10.68 at 131 miles an hour. James goes 11.01 at 134 miles an hour. Okay, we got Vincent Pampanoni in the Toyota side. Vince goes 13.05 at 104 miles an hour. All right, Barry Beffa and Patrick Lanou. Barry Beffa, 034 in a tree, 074 for Patrick Lanou. Barry Beffa goes 1236 at 114. Patrick Lanou goes 1336 at 103. Ray Ramirez and Andy Krzyzewski. Is it O'Reilly side? All right, Ron Jacks at Saucer Lake. O'Reilly Lane, he turns on the red light. Saucer turns on the red light. 234. That's a big red light. Jacks, nice light. 078. Lake goes 1224 at 112 miles an hour. Ron Jacks, 1255 at 109. Carlos Hilson in the Miata in the Toyota side. A nice light by Hilson, 060. O'Reilly side was a little bit late, 260. Carlos Hilson goes 1253 at 115 miles an hour. O'Reilly side goes 1501 at 98 miles an hour. Eric Phillips and Nathan Von. Hey, this is going to be a good one. Tanitsky in the O'Reilly lane. He goes 201 on the tree, so I'll probably get Nathan's name wrong a bunch of times. If he wants to come up and give me that correct pronunciation, that'd be cool. That's a tough one. He goes 1421 at 107 miles an hour. Eric Phillips, 1473 at 93 miles an hour. Now Nettie in the Toyota side. Tim Turnspeed turns on the red light in the O'Reilly lane. Al goes 1345 at 104. Tim Turnspeed goes 1496 at 91 miles an hour. All right, we're still in Gear Jammers, and we got another one. Nathan Von Taninsky. I think that's it. It's Taninsky in the Toyota side. Again, if they want to come up and give me the correct pronunciation, I really want to get this one right. That's a tough one. He's got the Cobalt going against the Camaro in the O'Reilly side. And Nathan goes 1316 at 110 miles an hour. Riley side goes 1384 at 102. Vince Cardinale and Christian Flores. Vince Cardinale, he turns on the red light, 023. Christian was late, and I mean dead late, 528. 1201, 118 miles an hour for Vince. Christian goes 1169 at 125. And that brings us over to Sport Street. We got Sean Kramer going against Doug McKay, your points leader. Doug McKay, look at that. This is why he's number one in the points. 060 on the tree. He goes 1359 at 99 miles an hour. Sean Kramer goes 12 flat at 116 with a 111 light. Okay, Daniel Valencia and Rick McNamara. Valencia way early, 026 red. Rick I mean, McTyreman must be getting to him because look at that light. He goes from an 007 light to a 253. That Barcalounger he's driving must be putting him to sleep. Daniel Valencia goes 1567 at 89 miles an hour. Rick McNamara goes 1912 at 71. Jorge Valencia Jr. Hey, Valencia's out here in force. In the Toyota side, David Lambert in the O'Reilly lane. Valencia Jr. turns on the red light. He goes 069 red, goes 1378, 100 miles an hour. And David Lambert goes 1505 at 91. Steve Del Bunio Jr. goes 1529, 88 miles an hour. Dylan Begonia goes 1247 at 113. Robert Gona in the Toyota lane going against Tom Markovich in the Porsche. Tom Markovich goes 1346 at 104. Robert Gona goes 1596 at 87 miles an hour. Giovanni Sanchez and Neil Mirza in the O'Reilly side. All right, Brad Bowen over here in the Toyota side. I gotta go take a picture right now, play photographer. I'm gonna take a picture of my daughter who's actually came out with me when she was 7 years old, hanging out, racing with me at the track, and hang out with Jim up here in the tower. And she worked for a little bit up here, and now she's 22 years old this month, and now she's a photographer here at the racetrack. Go figure that one out. 14 years at the racetrack hanging out, now she takes pictures. Hey, it's pretty cool. I'm kind of proud of her. So, Bowen turns on the red light, and he goes 1351 at 98 miles an hour. So I'm going to play photographer and get a picture of my daughter dressed up in her photographer stuff. I'm embarrassing her right now on the speaker, so this is fun. Dave Mullet and Ryan Haluska. Mullet goes 14:07, 96 miles an hour. Ryan Haluska goes 14:40 at 90 miles an hour. Steve Ball and Mike DePietro. Toe to the side. We're back in the street. Sports Street is over, so now we're in the street. All V8 powered cars. Hey, Steve Ball, nice light, 037. Mike's got to work on that 377 just a tad. He goes 1295 at 70 miles an hour. Steve Ball, 1403 at 96. Dan Milliken going against Russ Swanson, O'Reilly side. Well, but it looks like Tommy Johnson may have got his radiator hose. I see him walking out with water. Oh, Tommy, just so you know, they do charge by the gallon. Russ Swanson, 1301, 109 miles an hour. Dan Milliken goes 1383 at 100 miles an hour. Jose Hernandez and Jack Peterson in the O'Reilly side. Hernandez, 113 on the tree. Jack Peterson, 192. He goes 1149, 120 miles an hour. Jose Hernandez goes 1159 at 119. Ron Strackler over here in the Toyota lane in that 51 Chevy. Going against the newer Camaro in the O'Reilly lane. All right, Ron Rogerio over here in Toyota side. He goes 260 on the tree. O'Reilly side turns on the red light on 152. He goes 1371, 108 miles an hour. Ken goes 1541 at 87 miles an hour. Alex the Man and Alex Dabberdale, O'Reilly side. All right, Alex Mann goes 1255 at 131 miles an hour. Alex Dabberdale goes 1417 at 95. Matthew Hardy and Eddie Andre in the O'Reilly lane. Challenger versus Mustang Dodge Ford battle here. Eddie takes the better of it. He goes 1271 at 109 miles an hour. The Ford of Matthew goes 1436 at 94 miles an hour. Douglas Huggard, Concord, California, the 06 Mustang GT in the O'Reilly side. Douglas Huggard goes 003 in the tree. He just misses a perfect light and a $2 bill. He goes 1215 at 111 miles an hour. Total side goes 1690 at 84 miles an hour. Zach Peterson and Dennis Stratford. Hey, Stratford goes 108 on the tree, but it's treed badly because Peterson, he goes 062 on the tree. Stratford goes 1225 at 113 miles an hour. Peterson 1440 at 101. George Lee, O'Reilly side. George Lee goes 1164 at 116 miles an hour. Total side goes 1321 at 107. Spencer Marcel, Roner Park in the 67 Barracuda. Total side. Going against a new challenger. In the O'Reilly's, I got Big Tommy Taggart up here trying to desperately get that car to break 1150. Tommy, is it going to do it tonight when it gets cooler? He goes, oh yeah. Did you add a little timing to it yet, or you haven't added to it? Well, Tommy's telling me it's got a good. You guys got a good headwind out there. He says it's a good one. It moves the car. I can see the flag moving, but I didn't know how hard it was. But Tom tells me you got a good headwind out there. So guys, be aware. Trevor Borgelund, Toyota side. He goes 1343 at 100 miles an hour. Lorenzo Garcia goes 1317 at 101. Dennis Crawley and Marty Firmer. Dennis Crawley, he goes 1441 at 95 miles an hour. Marty Firmer goes Jackpot drivers suit up. Jackpot drivers suit up also. You might as well, since Jackpot's suiting up, Comprod should suit up too. Nick Egan, he just goes 1193 at 117 miles an hour. Michael Gervais goes 1418 at 97. Ted Korski, Toyota side, Dodge. Hey, over here in the O'Reilly lane, we've got this rear engine Hemi-powered Dodge truck. Now, they put the motor in the back. It's like a little red. I think it would be a little red truck or a little red wagon. I think it was a little red wagon wheel stand car back in the 60s. You won't see this car go faster than 1150. It probably could, but you won't see it go faster in the O'Reilly side. He goes 1186 at 108. Ted Korski goes 1561 at 89 miles an hour, and that is a beautiful Dodge with a Hemi in it. You got to go. I would say get a little time out here, and I'd like to go check that out. That is just an awesome looking little ride. Eric Schultz and Corbin McClintosh in the O'Reilly lane. That was really good seeing my daughter Sydney up here coming up and then working, get her a little photographer pass and everything like that, shooting pictures now at the track. She's got a little side business going on. It's good to see my daughter come out to the racetrack again. It's been a while. So, out to my daughter, hey, you make your father proud. All right, Eric Schultz goes 15.87, 86 miles an hour. Corbin McClintosh goes 15.53 at 88. All right, brings us to high school. Well, that's going to be the last car. It's going to be Ty Crum. And then it's going to be followed out by the big money people, Jackpot. They're going to come out here and they're going to try to win big bucks tonight. So anybody can race Jackpot, let you know. Anybody out here, you just pay $10, put it in the pool. You get to go pull a chip and go race. If you want to upgrade, if you want to up your game, and you think you're good in the class that you're in, you want to get better, come over here to Jackpot. These guys right here, years and years and years, the argument was, oh, you don't have crossstock, you can't win. Well, right here, these are two people that are going to prove you wrong. Bobby Grabrian and Eric Croker. They are two of probably, they moved over from street to Jackpot. And they've said this made them a better racer. So again, if you want to be better, the only way you can get better is move up in class and go against big boys. You may get your clock clean a while, but sooner or later you either get better or you just keep getting your clock clean. But most of these guys get better. They both turn on the red lights. Look at Bobby, 001 red. You talk good about him. Eric, he goes 039 red. But when it comes to racing, right now they're pushing because they know it's getting close to 6 o'clock, so they're going to push it a little bit. Bobby goes 12.63 at 111. Eric Croker goes 12.84 at 111. And these are foot breakers. All 4 of these cars are foot brake cars. Scott Surley, Nick Bublitz. Nick Bublitz in the Corvette, and Scott Surley in the Camaro. Again, they said without crosstalk you can't win. And I'm going to tell you what, your points leader in Jackpot's coming up, and it's going to be Brian Cam. He doesn't use crosstalk, he uses foot brake. And he's the points leader, so go figure that one out, everybody who says you can't win without crosstalk. Scott Surley goes 11.78 at 112. Nick Bublitz goes 13.15 at 104. All right, Jorge Valencia, he leaves off bottom bulb. He's just got 2-step in it right now. He doesn't have any other electronics in it, going against Jose Salvador in the O'Reilly side. All right, 0.24 for Valencia. Last time out, that car went 10.45 at 125. We fattened up the jets a little bit, and he hasn't talked to me how it's running right now. He goes 10.57 at 124. Salvador goes 12.69 at 109. Chris Sleth and Bob Norbaum Jr. 2 more foot brake cars, guys. Come on. Saying you can't win. I see Mr. Pinton coming up here in the 57 Chevy. That's going to put on a little bit of a show. Bob Norbaum Sr., a foot brake car, 018 on the tree. He goes 12.01 at 111 miles an hour. Chris left 12.86 at 103. Here's your points leader, Brian Cam. Over there in the total side, going against Tommy Taggart in the station wagon. 2 more foot brake cars, so no crosstalk here. No crosstalk needed for these guys. They come and they're going to do battle, and they go deep in Jackpot. Jackpot classes turned completely around from what it used to be. Look at the lights. 083 for Taggart, Cam 066. Tom's trying to get it in 11:40, 11:51. He's running 11:51 with a 5 all night long. If he can get good lights and do that and keep that dial, he's going to do it 112 miles an hour. Brian Cam 12.17 at 109. Chris Burden over here in the Toyota side, going against Jonathan Pinden. He's got that beautiful 57 Chevy. Eric Johnson's the crew chief on that thing. He builds one heck of a motor. This is a small motor that's in it. It's not the big motor. When he's got the big motor in it, it's in the 8s. This is going to be very low 10s or very high 9s with the small motor. Pinden, I believe right now he's 1 point behind Brian Cam in the points. Jonathan wants this championship. He wants it bad for Wednesday night. 009 on the tree. Burning not bad, 065, but he was schooled. Pinnon says, okay, I'm out. I only need a couple. I don't have to sit here and take time runs all night. I need one or two, and that's all I need. 951 at 136 miles an hour. Burden 1364 at 101. So yes, he does have the small motor in that one tonight. Jeff Broussard, Toyota side. Ray Lucas in the O'Reilly lane. And Nick at Night Bubba has just made an appearance, and an opinion. Ray Lucas goes 1050 at 126 miles an hour. Jeff Broussard 1052 at 125. Mark Sawyer. I believe they, in that little Chevy Love Alter. I tease Mark all the time about how and why he did that. Actually, it's come out. It's a pretty good looking car now. Tom Johnson. He got his radiator hose 013 on the tree. Okay, 1015 turn, I'm going to say about 1015 pass. Hey, 1011 at 129. I wasn't even looking at the screen, I just knew. $13.26 at 97 miles an hour. I'm going to let Nick and Knight give me a break because I've been talking for the last 2.5 hours, so we'll let Nick do this for a few minutes and then I'll be back.
All right, thanks, Gary. Deep into comp route, Willie Woo out of Moraga just runs 1051, 127 miles an hour. Minus 17 on the tree, but hey, it's all right. It's only a time trial. Brings up Mr. Three-Peat, Joe Piazza, Novato, California, in the 50 Chevy Fastback. And Rich Riviero out of Vallejo, 2018 Mustang. Coming out of the water box. Joe Piazza, longtime runner out here, racing his first car. Not many people can say that. Joe goes off the starting line, 52 to the green side. Rich Riviero, looks like he left on the green bulb. He goes 560 in the 18 Mustang. Gonna get there first though, 11:13, 124 miles an hour. Joe goes 12:30, 108. Michael Smith out of Fairfield in the 64 Chevy Impala, full-size Chevrolet. Taking on Rick Dunham out of Glen Ellen, 68 Chevelle. Michael Smith, retired fire chief, gets treed by Rick Dunham. Look at that, Rick Dunham, 006 on the 5/10 tree. Michael Smith, 56 to the green side. Rick Dunham gets there first, 1087, 117. Michael Smith, 1186, 112 miles an hour. Zabas Rosales out of Novato, California, in the Nissan GTR. Popularly known as Godzilla, four-wheel drive, turbos, you name it. He goes 30 on the green side. Dale Hartman, Santa Rosa, in the 40 Chevy Coupe. Little issue on the starting line for Dale, but he got moving. He goes 1025, 114. Zabas Rosales, 1034, 131 miles an hour for the GTR. Brian Wolf, Pacifica, California, in the 17 Chevy SS, four-door, LS-powered machine. And Ali Afshar, 67 Camaro. You haven't had a chance to look under the hood of this Camaro. It's got an LS9 supercharged ZR1 Corvette motor. Talk about resto mod. Great light for Ali Afshar, 012 on the green side. 177 short time. As he works his way through the gears, looks like he might have missed a few. Brian Wolf goes 1090, 127 in the four-door Chevy. Ollie coasts through the lights, 1469, 72. Don Glenn, Novato, California, 69 Chevy Nova. And Steve Del Buono Sr. in the 55 Chevy. Tell you what, if you're in the market for a race car, this 55 is a beautiful car on the market. Go see Steve Sr. Wheels up Steve Sr. How about that? 013 on the green side in the Tri-5. He's going to get there first. 1062, 121 for Steve Sr. Don Glenn goes 1235 at 104 miles an hour. Dave Martin, 67 Camaro, Napa, California, in the Toyota lane. Got a not on file in the O'Reilly side, but that's a Volkswagen if I've ever seen one, and this will be the last pair in Comparod. Dave Martin off the line first, 1024, 127. The Volkswagen 1251, 104. That's moving pretty good for a little V-dub. Brings up motorcycle. Time for some two-wheel action. Gonna see these guys on a 400s Pro tree as opposed to the 500s Sportsman tree. So you're gonna see all the yellows come on at once as the motorcycles head down the track. Starting things off with Doug Love. Novato, California, 01 Triumph Bonneville. Many time category champion on the Triumph. And we got a not on file in the right lane. Doug shows you why, 072 on the green side as he makes his way down the track. Almost a 2.5 tenth advantage over his opponent. Granted, it's a time trial, but if that was an elimination, that'd be one heck of an upset to overcome. Doug goes 1331, 97. O'Reilly side goes 1503 at 84. Brings up Frank Velasco, Fremont, on the Harley in the Toyota lane. Another member of the not on file crew on the O'Reilly side, and he's the victor here, 1148, 117 miles an hour. Frank Velasco goes 1250 at 104. James Mamoni, San Francisco, California, 16 Cowie on the Toyota side, and Sean Baldo out of Vallejo on the BMW on the O'Reilly side. Guys are going down pretty much wheel to wheel. Looks like James Mamoni's got some mile an hour. Oh, look at the BMW though, 128 on an 1127. James goes 1094. He got there first, but only 124. Your last motorcycle contestant tonight, Vincent Pamponia, again out of Vallejo, on the mystery bike because we don't know what it is. Goes 475 to the green side, and 1310 at 105 miles an hour, wraps up motorcycle. Brings on the gear jammers. These are your stick shift cars. This is one of our larger categories on a Wednesday night. Creation of Wednesday night regular Chris Frassett. Wanted a place to race his Dodge Viper with other people who could miss gears just like him, and Gear Jammers was born. Bring up Barry Beffa, Santa Rosa, 93 Fox body, the final year of that particular Mustang. And Patrick Lanou in the 2010 Challenger out of Benicia. Barry had the better light, also had some kind of a mechanical difficulty. 4 second 60-foot time, that's not normal. Patrick Lanou's going to get there first, 1358, 109 miles an hour. Barry limps on through, 1651, 82. He's not going to be too happy with that, but he's got some other runs to go off of. Ray Ramirez, Santa Rosa in the 2008 BMW 1 Series. And Andy Kajavec, San Leandro in the 16 Mustang. How about Ray Ramirez, the little BMW 1 Series, 1081, 132 miles an hour. Andy Kajavec in the Mustang, 1176, 126. How about Jammin' Ron Jacks out of Napa, California, 89 Fox body Mustang. minus 27 on the red side. And Joshua Lake out of San Rafael, 17 Chevy SS. Ron Jacks gets there first, 12:58, 109 miles an hour. Joshua Lake, 12:88, but a faster 113 miles an hour. Carlos Hilson, Ross, California, in the turbocharged Mazda Miata. Might just be showing this BMW his taillights here. We'll find out. Number 97, no information on the BMW, but he sure is wishing he had a Miata right about now. Carlos Hilson, 12:36, 116 miles an hour. BMW goes 1471 at 92. Eric Phillips, Los Gatos, California, in the 01 Honda S2000. And AJ Long, Santa Rosa, another 15 Mustang. A lot of these Coyote cars out here on Wednesday nights, most of them in gear jammers. Impressive drivetrain out of the stock Mustangs. Dual overhead cams, direct injection, you name it. All the goodies, all the technology. Al Giovanetti, San Carlos. 66 Oldsmobile. Look at that, beautiful Olds. And Tim Turnipseed out of Napa in the 94 5-liter Mustang. Tim, minus 55 on the red side, but again, it's a time trial, so if you're going to do it now. Don't do it in round one. Al gets there first, 13:34, 104. Tim Turnipseed, 14:84, 91 miles an hour. Sport Street and street drivers to your cars, be ready. Sport Street drivers. Sport Street drivers to your cars. Sport Street drivers to your cars. Street, you're going to be right behind them, so be ready to go. Street, be ready. Don't make us embarrass you over the microphone, so please be with your car, be ready to go. Nathan Von Tuchinski, Antioch, California, 2010 Cobalt SS Turbo. Got a knot on file in the O'Reilly lane. Looks like another Cobalt SS, but I'm going to hanker a guess it's the supercharged car because it can't hang with the turbo car. Nathan goes 1280, 113. O'Reilly side 1411, 101. And that's the end of Gear Jammers just about. Got Vince Cardinale and Dead on Doug McKay. Dead on Doug McKay, trees Vince Cardinale, 013 to an 066. Vince gets there first, 1177, 121. Dead on Doug, 1355, 99. So close to 100, he can taste it. Rick McElmoyle thunders off the starting line in Jupiter 2, 067 to the green side. But Daniel Valencia is just pulling away in the BMW. He's going to get there first, probably a 15-second pass. Yeah, 15:58, 90. See if Rick breaks into the 18s. Ooh, not quite, 1904, 72 miles an hour for Rick McElmoyle. I don't know how he copes with all that speed. How about Jorge Valencia Jr., Santa Rosa? Just went red, 160 in the Infinity. And David Lambert, 15 Mustang convertible, 266 on the green side. Jorge Jr., 1381, 100. David Lambert, 1502, 89 miles an hour. Brings up Steve Del Buono Jr. out of Vallejo, turbocharged 2016 Kia. And Dylan Bacora out of Los Gatos in the BMW. Steve, just bump, 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 nice and shallow. Trees Dylan Bacora. Dylan Bacora says, it's too bad, I'm going to dust you anyway. He pulls away. BMW, going to be in the 12s. 1238, 114. for Dylan Bacora. Steve Delbuno, 15:32, 89 miles an hour. Picked up a little bit. Brings up Roberto Gauna, Point Arena, California. 03 Lexus, and a member of the Not on File crew in the Chevy, looks like a Malibu. Trucking along through Sport Street, Giovanni Sanchez and Tom Markovich. Seen Tom out here quite a bit on Wednesdays. He's doing pretty good lately. He's driving that 14 Porsche Cayman S. 1346, 105 for Tom. Giovanni Sanchez, 1441, 97 miles an hour. Here comes one of your heavy hitters, Bill Taggart, in the red Ford Tortoise. The legend. Going to be running high 17s. Going to make you wait. And Sean Creamer, Sunnyvale in the 09 BMW. Very uncharacteristic 47 red light from Bill Taggart. Won't be seeing him do that in eliminations. Sean Creamer, 67 to the green side. 12 flat with a 1. He's so close to the 11s. He's 2 thou away. 12.001 at 115 for Sean Creamer. 18.11 at 75 for Billy T. Neil Misra, Scotts Valley, 09 Infinity. The only Infinity I've ever seen with Hoosier drag radials in the Toyota lane. And some kind of small Ford in the O'Reilly side, not on file. And hey, Dan DeVita on the track on the scooter, so it looks like we're going to be sitting for a minute.
All right, well, thank you, Nick, at Night Bubblets. He came up and spelled me for a little bit, and Steve was just up here in the tower grabbing some water. So we're going to take, Danny's doing a little bit of cleaning up there. Once he gets that all cleaned up, we're going to be getting you guys going back down the track. So just as a reminder, we'll be back here September 26th. That's Wednesday night. There's no more bracket racing until November 25th, weather permitting. November 14th, we're going to have that, weather permitting, the big shootout. Okay, guys, that big, super jackpot shootout that they have over at Sacramento. Chris Burden has won the last one here and the last one at Sacramento, so he's going to see if he can do a three-peat. I think Sacramento's got one in October, so I think a lot of guys are going to go head up for that one to see if they can win like a grand. I think Chris took $1,500 here when it was last race here, and I think he took about 12, maybe even close to 15 on the last race up there. So if you need a loan, see Chris Burden. He's winning lots of money lately. So that's when we'll have that on the 14th of November. We'll be back here October 3rd, you know, after the 26th. Then we got October 3rd, the 10th, the 24th, and Halloween. Okay, I'm taking you guys' ideas here. Because we have the best Kyle Seipel Halloween costume. Who could come with the best costume that looks like Kyle Seipel? Okay, guys? Think about that. We'll get some money up and we'll try it like that. It's just an idea. Let me know. I think it's a good idea. So let's see what happens. All right, Danny's back on his bike. Looks like he's got the problem cleared up on the top end. We're going to go heat tires again for some of these guys, and then we're going to send Neil Misra down the track. He's got that 09 Infinity. Last time out, that went 14:04 at 96 miles an hour. All right, Brad Bowen, he's going down the track. He goes 13:54 at 98 miles an hour. Riley Side goes 12:88 at 111. Ed Shaw and Alan Arias in the O'Reilly lane. You got Charger versus Challenger here. All right, Alan, he turns on the red light. He goes 038 red. He gets there second. Ed Shaw goes 11:73 at 122. Alan goes 12:43 at 110 miles an hour. I know this number, N745. I just can't place it. I just know it. Going against Joe Strongun in the O'Reilly lane. He's got the Audi. All right, Joe goes 11:31 at 119 miles an hour. Total side goes 14:01 at 96. Ryan Haluska in the O'Reilly lane. He's got the GMC pickup going against Mike DiPietro in the Toyota side. Mike DiPietro goes 11:01 at 127 miles an hour. Ryan Haluska goes 14:39 at 91. Russ Swanson and Steve Ball. Russ Swanson goes 12.95, 109 miles an hour. Steve Ball goes 13.98 at 96 miles an hour. Brandon Globe and Dan Milliken in the O'Reilly side. All right. Brandon Globe goes 12.55 at 110 miles an hour. Dan Milliken goes 13.77 at 100 miles an hour. Zach Peterson in the O'Reilly side going against Ken Bergerio in the Toyota side. In the Dodge going against the Camaro. All right, Zach Peterson goes 11.77 to 120 miles an hour. Ken goes 15.43 at 88 miles an hour. Ron Scheckler going against Jose Hernandez. All right, Ron Sackler, he goes 0.03 in the tree. Jose Hernandez needs a little bit of work with a 440 light. Slackler goes 11.98, 79 miles an hour. Hernandez goes 13.87 to 114. All right, two no-name cars in the Toyota and the O'Reilly side. All right, Matthew Hardy and Alex Mann in the O'Reilly side. 2018 Mustang. Hey, I'm not going to believe this. In the Toyota side, it's a 2018 Mustang. They're different colors, but they're the same year. And the reaction times were just as bad as each other. It goes 12.51 and 114 miles an hour. Alex Mann. Matthew Hardy, 14.40 at 95. Alex Daberdale, Toyota side. Eddie Andre in the O'Reilly side. 2014 Mustang. A 2001 Mustang and an 014 Challenger. Charger is gone. I mean gone. The light on Alex was way bad. It was a 1. When you start with a 1 and then a decimal point, it's not a good light. Eddie goes 12.81, 110 miles an hour. Alex Daberdale goes 14.18 at 96 miles an hour. Zach Peterson going against Douglas Huggard in the O'Reilly lane. Douglas Huggard goes 11.92 and 112 miles an hour. Zach Peterson goes 14.34 at 101. Jess? P-code. We're going to go like that. That's close enough in the O'Reilly lane. And sometimes I will butcher a few names. That's just, they are so hard sometimes to pronounce. There's some good ones that come up tonight. We haven't got to see them for a little bit, but there are some really good names that I can mess up big time. Toyota side goes 12.11, 106 miles an hour. Jess goes 13:32 at 107. All right, Nitro, Nikki Egan out of Windsor in the 2017 Jaguar. All right, Nick, nice light. Oh, 68. $11.91, 117 miles an hour for Nick Egan. $13.57 at 101 miles an hour. In the O'Reilly side, George Lee and Dennis Stratford. And Dennis Stratford goes 12:23 at 114 miles an hour. George Lee goes 11:82 at 116. Spencer Marcel in that beautiful 67 Barracuda. Trevor Bortland in the 73 Plymouth. Spencer Marcel goes 11:74 at 114 miles an hour. Kevin Bortland goes 13:42 at 101. Dennis Crawley, Lorenzo Garcia. Dennis Crawley, a few weeks ago, he had to race top to cop, so it made him the oldest high school student we have out here at that time. So Dennis Crawley in the 96 vet that used to belong to Mike Gervais. All right, Dennis Crawley goes 14:35, 95 miles an hour. Lorenzo Garcia goes 13:17 at 101. Marty Firmer in the O'Reilly lane. Got the pickup truck, the Ford. All right, here we go. Ted Korski. Toyota side, Michael Gervais in the O'Reilly lane in the 70 Camaro. All right, Ted Korski goes 15:55 at 90 miles an hour. Michael Gervais goes 14:14 at 97 miles an hour. Eddie Schultz, Corbin McIntosh. We're into high school. All right, Corbin McIntosh takes the win. He goes 15:47, 88 miles an hour. 15:89, 87 miles an hour for Eddie Schultz. Ty Crum in Toyota side, last high school student, brings us to Dialing for Dollars, boys. Coming right after Ty goes down the track. They're hungry. They're chomping at the bit. They want the big bucks, the money, the giant purse, all the big bucks, jackpots coming at you live and in color. $19.76, 64 miles out for Ty Crum, and here we go. We're going into the wonderful world of money. Eddie Croker and Bobby Grabrian. Hey, these guys are going to go at it right now. Bobby's already won the first bet today. They already bet who got the best reaction time in the first round of time runs. And Bobby took home the big giant bucks, that whole giant purse of $3. All right, look at this. Bobby Grabrian, he got the 016 light. Eric Croker goes 030. Bobby gets there first. He goes 1257, 111 miles an hour. Eric Croker goes 1275 at 105. Tom Taggart desperately, it's getting cooler. Is he going to get this in? The winds are down. Is he going to go 1149? And Scott Surley in the O'Reilly. Let's see, will this go break 1150 for Tommy Taggart? He's desperately, since he put the roll bar in, added a little more weight. It could have slowed it down, being heavier. And yes, he finally breaks through, needing the roll bar that he had to put in. He goes 1143 at 113. Scott Surley goes 1174 at 113. All right, two really different looking Chevy Loves. We got Jorge Valencia in the traditional Chevy Love in the O'Reilly side. Mark Schroyer in the same year's Chevy Love, but you would never know it, in the Toyota lane. Oh, look at this. Schroyer, he's going to get a $2 bill next time he's here. He goes 002 on the tree. Valencia 044. He gets there first, goes 1065 at 120. Mark Schroyer goes 1318 at 98 miles an hour in the battle of Chevy Loves. Bob Norbaum Sr. in the Toyota lane going against Jose Salvador in the O'Reilly side. Bob Norbaum Sr. goes 1193 at 111 miles an hour. Deal Lane goes 1262 at 109. Chris Sleth and your points leader, Brian Cam. Brian Can goes 1215 at 109 miles an hour. Chris Sleth goes 1283 at 103. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing. Nick at Night Bubblets. Hey, both with cool names now. In the O'Reilly side. Chris Burden in the Applied Automotive sponsored 2013 Challenger, and Nick Bubblets in the Applied Automotive sponsored 2001 Corvette. Burden 019 on the tree. Bubblets, he turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne. He goes 024 red. He goes 1318 at 104. Burden goes 1358 at 101. Big Bad Tommy Johnson. Toyota side going against Jeff Bassard in the O'Reilly line. I know I'll be seeing Jeff Passard up in the tower sometime today. And everybody knows him. Tell him come on up. He gets an 007 sticker. He goes 10:49 at 126. Tommy Johnson, 10:16 at 128. All right, Jonathan Pinton in the Eric Johnson prepared 57 Chevy. It went 9:51 last time out. Pinton, number 2 in the points by 1 point behind Brian Cam. So we'll see how this plays out in Jackpot tonight. It's going to be entertaining. When you have a points race this close with 1 point, both drivers are here tonight. Pinnon trying hard, getting some practice in. Goes 003 red. That's good. He gets it out of his system. Now he should be good on the tree all night. 9:46 at 137. The O'Reilly side, 11:09 at 124. And that'll finish up our Jackpot segment. Now we'll be into Comp Ride with Joe Piazza in the Total Lane in the 50 Chevy. They're going against the 64 Chevy in the O'Reilly lane. Piazza 033 on the tree. Michael Smith 025. He goes 1181 at 113 miles an hour. Piazza goes 1228 at 108. Zabo Rosales coming back. He blew the transmission up. Got it fixed in the GTR in the Toyota side, going against Willie Woo in the 84 Corvette. Zabo Rosales looks like something happened to him. He's going slow down the track. Willie Will goes 10:50 at 128. We'll see what's going on with Zaba as he crosses it very slowly, going across the other traps. Brian Wolf and Rick Dunham, the 68 Chevy, going. This is a 2017 Chevy SS. This is basically a SS Chevy is a Holden out of Australia. All Chevy did was rebadge it. That's it. They changed the dash over and took off some stickers, added some stickers, and called it an SS. Where in Australia, it is a Holden. And for those of you who don't know, Holden is a Chevrolet in Australia. Rick Dunham goes 1092 at 117 miles an hour. Hey, look at this, a four-door Chevy, 1092 at 127. Dale Hartman and Dean Martin in the O'Reilly side. .1026 at 112 miles an hour for Hartman, and Dean Martin goes 1024 at 127. Steve Del Buono Sr. going against Don Glenn. Hey guys, I gotta tell you, I was watching some of these lights. You're gonna send that average that you guys have up here for lights in Comp Ride through the roof tonight if we had all these in. Wow. Well, there's ones that bring it back down. Steve Del Buono goes 015. Don Glenn goes 046. Del Buono goes 1062 at 121 miles an hour. Don Glenn goes 1221 at 106. John Gaho in the O'Reilly side in the 67 Volkswagen. You don't see many Volkswagens come out here, especially with a big wing on the back. It's got small tires, so I'm going to say this thing's going to be 12s. Well, it sounds pretty good. You got a 321 light. compared to the 502 in the Toyota side. Well, it looks like something happened to the Volkswagen. He shuts it off. So he's not going to go in the 12s. Toyota side goes 11:31 at 119. John goes 17:54 at 56 miles an hour. All right, just going to bring out our last car in Comp Rod. And then we'll be back in the two-wheel fun adventure called motorcycle. That thing had a decent 60-foot time for what it was. Then it just like lost it from there on. It's going to go 11:19 at 128. Looks like he just got haze the tires just a little bit right at the 60-foot mark, just a little after it. Giving him a 180 60-foot. I thought it was going to be a little bit faster than that, but looks like he hazed the tires just a little bit. All right, we're going to be into motorcycle. Doug Love on the Toyota side. Bill Myers in the O'Reilly lane. I think Myers was the winner last week. He goes 051 on the tree. Love goes 018. Doug Love goes 13:19 at 98 miles an hour. Bill Myers goes 15:98 at 86 miles an hour. Frank Varesco in the O'Reilly side. He goes 306 on the tree. He goes 11:75 at 116. Total lane goes 11:15 at 118. Sean Baldo in the O'Reilly side. James Miomi. Toyota side, he's got the Kawasaki going against a BMW. That's what it says. I don't know if it's a BMW, but he brings the wheel up, slams it down, and that's about all it says on that faster. Sean Baldo, he wisely says, I'm done. Actually, he left before the tree was even activated. James goes 11:61 at 130. All right, our last motorcycle. Well, we got two more after that. Not our last one. Vincent Pamprina in the O'Reilly lane. All right, Vincent goes 13:39 at 102. All right, the two Harley baggers. Well, they took the bags off now. They're up here in the tower. See what they're going to do. They're both in the 11s. One of them's really close to the 10s. They went like 11:01 last time out. So let's see if these Harleys are going to go fast again. Oh, they weren't really close that time. 13:91 to the other side at 94 miles an hour. Riley side goes 13:96 at 94 miles an hour. All right, we're back in the gear jammers. Barry Betha and Andy Chizeski in the O'Reilly side. right, Andy goes 11.74 at 122. Barry Beffa goes 12.60 at 112. Patrick Lanoux in the Toyota side in the 2010 Challenger. Patrick Lanoux goes 13.12 at 109. O'Reilly side goes 14.60 at 92 miles an hour. Sasha Lake and AJ Long in the O'Reilly lane. Sasha goes 12.12 at 114. AJ goes 13.14 at 106. Ron Jacks and Tim Turnip speed. All right, Tony Clements turns on the red light, goes 13.82 at 103 miles an hour. Eric Phillips goes 14.85 at 93 miles an hour. Kristen Flores goes 11.67 on 24 miles an hour. Nathan Van Tanuski goes 13.09 at 114 miles an hour. Vince Carter now, Toyota side, 0.39 on the tree. O'Reilly side, 0.30 on the tree. All right, I believe that was Rick McNamara just went down the track. So he goes, it was 0.33 on the tree. And I can't tell you what else. Now we got Jorge Valencia Jr. Toyota side going against David Lambert in the O'Reilly lane. Oh, look at this. Jorge Valencia Jr. hasn't been to the track in ages. He was a high school champion a few years back, took the championship. Now he's going to come up to the tower and get his first 000 sticker for his car. He goes 000 on the tree. So Jorge Valencia Jr. has done something his dad hasn't got this year. 000 on the tree. He goes 13.97 at 100 miles an hour. David Lambert goes 16.17 at 87. So, Jorge Valencia Jr., come on up to the tower and get your sticker. Steve Del Buono Jr., Dylan Pachona in the O'Reilly lane. Steve Del Buono Jr. goes 15:25 at 89 miles an hour. Dylan Pachona goes 12:40 at 113. Sean Kramer and Tom Markovich in the Porsche. All right, Tom Markovich goes 13:68 at 104. Sean Kramer goes 11:84 at 117. Yanni Sanchez, O'Reilly side, going against the legend, the man, the myth, Bill Taggart. Bill Taggart's been around forever. Again, bracket racing, you don't have to be the fastest car. All you have to do, cut good lights, and your car be consistent. Look at Taggart, 0.46 on the tree, 18.09 at 75 miles an hour. Yanni Sanchez was late, 4.84, 14.78 at 97 miles an hour. Any way you look at it, Taggart would have won that one. Matt Bryans and Neil Misra. He goes 202 on the tree. Matt Bryans, he turns on the red light. He goes 14:10 at 97 miles an hour. Matt Bryans, he goes 18:38 at 74. All right, we're back in the street. We got Brad Bowen going against Alan Arias. A 2018 Charger going against the 2000 Trans Am. All right, Brad Bowen, 0.62 on the tree. Alan Arias, he was late, 2.49. Alan Arias goes 12.47 at 111 miles an hour. Brad Bowen, he goes 13.54 at 98. Ed Shaw and Dave Mullet in the O'Reilly lane. Oh, I see my new car finally arrived here. It's red. It's over there in the Toyota side. They're going to go break it in for me so I don't have to drive it and not have it broken in the Ferrari. Yeah, I'm kidding. I wish I had one. I think we all kind of wish we had one of those cars. Ed Shaw goes 11.62 at 121 miles an hour. Dave Mullet goes 13.95 at 97. Stephen Hurley, he's got the Ferrari. Hey, that's an 05 going against Alex Mann in the 2018 Mustang. Now, the thing about the Ferrari is it's not going to be fast for the 60-foot. It'll come on about a little bit down the track. Look, a 60-foot time is a 2:10 or 2:11. He had a lousy light of 2:67. Well, watch this thing just start pulling about half track, about a little over, under 8 mile pulls. He goes 12.72 at 113. That's a little slow for that car. Alex Mann goes 12.29 at 116. That car should have been in the 11s at about 120 something. Brandon Globe going against Ryan Haluska in the O'Reilly side. 2017 Camaro going against a 1999 GMC pickup. Brandon, he goes 12.69, 111 miles out. Ryan Haluska goes 14.35 at 91. Dan Milliken and Steve Ball. Dan Milliken goes 13.92 at 101 miles an hour. Steve Ball goes 13.97 at 97 miles an hour. Russ Stronson and Ken Rogerio in the Toyota side, the 71 Dodge and 2012 Mustang. Russ Swanson goes 13.05 at 109 miles an hour. Ken Rogerio goes 15.26 at 89 miles an hour. Jose Hernandez and Zach Peterson in the O'Reilly lane. Jose Hernandez and Zach Peterson in the O'Reilly side. Zach Peterson goes 11.60, 120 miles an hour. Jose Hernandez goes 11.77 at 116. Ron Shackler in the Toyota side, out of Napa in the 51 Chevy. All right, the O'Reilly side goes 13.74 at 107. Ron Shackler goes 16.88 at 77 miles an hour. Matthew Hardy in the O'Reilly lane. All right, you guys notice the track lights are on, so that requires everybody to have their tail lights on. It's a safety thing we have here at the track. So again, your track lights are on. That means your tail lights must be on to go down the track. That's how we keep it where you are. High school drivers to your car. High school drivers to your car. When we finish with high school, I believe we're going to go into eliminations. All right, Hardy goes 14.17 at 96 miles an hour. Toyota side goes 12.95 at 112. Josh Pico out of Martinez, the 2012 Mustang, he goes 13.39. Andrew Early goes 13.16 at 109. Okay, here we go. Out of Santa Rosa, we got Steve Fleckner in that beautiful 64 Dodge with the Hemi in the back of the bed. Alex Daberdale in the O'Reilly side, the 01 Mustang. Steve Fleckner goes 11.67, 102 miles an hour. Alex Duberdale goes 14.06 at 97 miles an hour. All right. Nick Egan in the Jaguar going against Zach Peterson in the O'Reilly side. Nick Egan goes 11.97 at 117. Zach Peterson goes 14.37 at 102. Spencer Marcel, 003 in the tree. Douglas Huggard turns on the red light. Spencer Marcel goes 1171, 114 miles out. Douglas Huggard goes 1202 at 113. Dennis Crawley and Jay Russell. Dennis Crawley goes 14:48, 95 miles an hour. Jay Russell, 13:58, 100 miles an hour. Jackpot, suit up. Jackpot, suit up. All right, this is going to be first round eliminations. Everybody start putting your dials on. We get the jackpot. This is going to be for real. This is going to be for racing. This is going to be for money and trophies. So when we get back to jackpot, we are racing tonight. For real, eliminations start at jackpot. Michael Gervais and Marty Firmer. Marty turns on the red light. 0107 red. Michael Gervais, 0101 light. So once again, jackpot, suit up. Jackpot, suit up. Comprod, you're going to go right out after them, so you should be ready too. Gervais goes 14:14 at 97 miles out. Marty Firmer goes 15:33 at 89. Dennis Stratford. Ted Corsi. Neil Riley side, the 09 Dodge truck going against the 2014 Corvette. Dennis Stratford goes 12:21, 114 miles out. Ted Korski goes 15:53 at 90 miles an hour. Dennis, nope. Ty Crum and Eddie Schultz. This is high school, so when we're done with the high school cars, we're going to be into eliminations first round, starting with jackpot. Corbin McIntosh, Novato, California. 043 and 3. Hey, that's one of the best high school lights of the night. 043. So if Corbin can keep doing that, he's going to be hard to beat in the big field of high school tonight. He goes 15:97 at 90 miles an hour. All right, we are now racing for real. These are eliminations coming right at you. These are the big boys. We're going to start you right off with the money cars, jackpot. They are racing for some serious bucks here tonight. I haven't got the entire pot, but last time I heard it was big. Start us off, we're going to have Chris Sleff dialed in at 1283 out of Petaluma, California in the 70 AMC, going against Jeff Bassard, dialed in at 1050 from Novato, California, where he's a school teacher in the 98 GMC Sonoma pickup in the O'Reilly lane. So here we go. Wednesday night drags, it's official. We are racing. And now with jackpot, they go straight to a ladder. They draw chips, and then it gets laddered out in positions, and then they draw the ladder up right from that, so they know who they're racing each time as it goes down till they get down to the final two. There are going to be some buy runs. That means somebody's going to get a free run sometime during the night, depending on the car count. It always works out that way. Sometimes there might not even be a buy. We'll see how that works out. So we got some good races right off the bat. Chris Leff, Jeff Passard. That's going to be a good race right here. And when you say that it's going to be a good race, Chris Leff turns on the red light, big time, a 2:30 red. So Jeff Passard, he's going to be going to the next round of jackpot. Chris Leff, he can go over to Comparado if he chooses. Nick and Knight Publix out of Cotati, California, down in a 1315. He's a facilities manager. Applied Automotive is his sponsor in the 2001 Corvette. Jonathan Pinton down in a 945, Vacaville, California. Eric Johnson is the crew chief. That's a 57 Chevy in the O'Reilly side. Pinton's going to have to wait a little bit, because Bublitz is down in a 1315. See if Nick can hold him off, or is Jonathan going to run him down? And the answer is Jonathan's going to run him down. He goes 950 and a 945 at 128 miles an hour. It was done on the tree. Nick broke out, but there was no way that Nick was going to win that one. Pinton, 010 on the tree. Bublitz, a 127. 127 spells disaster in drag racing. Big Bad Tommy Johnson from Santa Rosa, California. Big Johnson's Automotive. 70 Camaro down at 1014. Bob Norbaum Sr. out of Glen Ellen. Norbaum's Garage. 69 Pontiac Grand Prix down at 1192. And Norbaum breaks out. He goes 1190 on 1192 for the loss. Johnson will take the win. He goes 1015 at 129. He was 045 on the tree, Johnson. Norbaum right there, 049. Just took a little too much stripe. 4.5 feet at the stripe for the win. Ray Lucas down in 1045, Concord, California. Fastest barber in the West. It says that right here on the screen. 89 Mustang. Scott Surley down in 1173 from San Rafael, California in the 71 Camaro. And Ray Lucas breaks out. He goes 1042 on a 1045. For the loss, Scott Surley goes 1178 and 1173. It was done on the tree. 015 for Surley, and Lucas goes 056. Here's a great race. Jorge Valencia, Santa Rosa, California. Applied Automotive sponsor, 72 Chevy Love, 1060 dial. Bobby Grabrian, 1260 dial in Novato, California. Oh, you're going to love this one. This is not going to be done until we can tell you at the end of the track. This is going to be fun. And Bobby takes the win. He goes 1268 on a 1260 dial, 99 miles an hour. Valencia off the dial. He goes 1072 at 120 on a 1060 dial. Here's the reaction times. Third time tonight, 069. Margin of victory, 6.2 feet. Bobby moves on. Jorge's going to go over to Comparado. Eric Croker down at 1273. San Leandro, California, 98 Pontiac Trans Am. Mark Sawyer, 1315 dial. Santa Rosa, California, 72 Chevy Love altered. Sawyer on the brakes, takes the win. He goes 1324 at 91 miles an hour. Eric Croker, 1283 at 104. Done on the tree. Sawyer, 017. Eric was 090. Tom Taggart, Sebastopol, California. Fans estimated tag team racing, 72 Pontiac Concourse wagon, takes the win. He was down in 1140, but Jose Salvador turned on the red light. Let's see how fast he's going to go. He was going 1143 last time out. He goes 1140 dead on 6 at 114. Tommy's ready for fighting tonight. Chris Burden down in a 1357. Out of Fairfax, California. The Applied Automotive sponsored 2013 Challenger going against Brian Cam from Pacifica. Tom and Jack's Automotive 02 Camaro. And he's your points leader down in at 1214. Burton down in at 1357. And the winner go to Brian Cam. He goes 12:15 on a 12:14 dial at 106 miles an hour. Vernon goes 13:61 at 98 miles an hour on a 13:57 for the loss. Hey, the lights were 0:20 for Vernon, 0:11 for Cam. Margin of victory was 6.0 feet for Cam. The points leader is still in second place. Jonathan Pinnon still around too. Okay, we're going into the wonderful world of motorcycle. We've got Bill Myers down at 15 flat from Petaluma, California, the 89 Honda, going against Bike in the O'Reilly lane down at 1090. Don't have a name for him, but he's bike 111. All right, the winner will go to... I'll wait for the screen to change over. I know who won it. Just the screen did not change over. Would be bike 111 takes the win. Okay, Doug Love and James Manoni. Doug Love down at 1318. James Manoni dialed in at 10-9. All right, Doug Love breaks out, handing the win over to James Manoni. Doug Love went 13-13 on a 13-18 dial for the loss. Manoni goes 11-21 on a 10-90 at 141 for the win. Vince Pampioni dialed in at 13 flat. He looks like he's got the single pass. He's just going to run it down. And he goes 1982 at 53 miles an hour. Well, with Doug Love going out early in the first round, he did not gain any points, it looks like, to Joe Sisk. And when it desperately needed to take some, he breaks out in the first round. So, Doug's not going to be very happy with himself on that one. All right, we're going to do some time onlys here on motorcycle with the Harleys going down the track. And then we're going to be right into the first round of Comp Rod. All right, that was our last two time runs on the motorcycles, 13:53 to the side of 13:91, which will bring us right into first round Comp Rod. Joe Piazza, 1225 out of Novato, California, 50 Chevy. David Dean Martin, 1020 dial, Napa, California, 67 Camaro. Piazza, your points leader. And Piazza gets lucky, takes the win. He goes 12:27 at 109. Martin goes 10:18 on a 10:20 dial, breaks out 127. He had treed Piazza 0:29 to 0:32, took a little too much strike, 6.8 feet at the end. Piazza 0:52 package to 0:48 package for Dean Martin. Michael Smith, down at 1180, Fairfield, California, 64 Chevy, and the O'Reilly side down at 1129. And the win will go to Michael Smith. He goes 12:08, 97 miles an hour, 080 on the tree. Margin of victory was 66.9 feet. He had 36 package compared to a 757 package for car number 62. Brian Wolf and Rich Rivero. Brian Wolf dialed in at 1090 out of Pacifica, California. 2017 Chevy SS. Rich Rivero out of Vallejo in the 2018 Mustang dialed in 1105. And Brian Wolf breaks out. He goes 1089 with a 0 on a 1090 dial, 127. Rich Rivero goes 1108 on 1105 dial, 125. Margin of victory was was 27.6 feet. Not bad. He just took a little too much stripe to Brian Wolf, just a tad. Total Lane dialed in at 1312. John Gaho dialed in at 1250 in the O'Reilly side. And the winner will go to the Total Lane. Goes 1330 at 87 miles an hour. And also trip 0 on the tree. So car number N725, who just went down the track, bring your slip up here and you'll get a trip 0 sticker and also move on to the next round. Bob Norbaum Sr. He lost the first round in Jackpot, so he's over here in Comprot down in 1190. Chris Sleff down in at 1280 in the Toyota side. And the winner will go to Bob Norbaum City. He goes 1207 and 1190 down, 100 miles an hour. He had a 125 like the Norbaum's left was 274. He goes 1287 at 103 for the loss. All right, here's a good race. Eric Croker down in at 1280 going against Chris Burton down in at 1360. They lost the first round of Jackpot, so here they are, first round of comp ride, going right back at each other. And Chris Burton keeps on his winning ways, takes the win. He goes 1362 on a 1360 dial, 102. Croker could not run the number. He goes 1287 on a 1280 dial, 96. Eric had a treat, an 015 to an 047 light, but just could not run the number. So Chris Burton moves on. Eric gets to go home. Steve Del Buono Sr. gets the bye run to the next round. He dialed 1061, he goes 1056 at 122. He still moves on. Barry Beffa down at 1240 out of Santa Rosa, California, 93 Mustang. Artie Chizewski down in 1150 in the O'Reilly side in the 2016 Mustang. Going against the 93 Mustang in the Toyota side. And Andy will take the win. He goes 1184 at 127 miles an hour. Barry Beffa just could not run the number. He treated Andy big time, but he goes 1346 on a 1240 dial at 112 miles an hour for the loss. Okay, Total Lane car number 6 going against the O'Reilly Lane car number 97, who's dialed in at 1410. Total Lane dialed in at 1389. And the Toyota side takes the win, goes 14:01 at 89 miles an hour. Shawshore Lake going against A.J. Long. A.J. Long dialed in at 12:90. Shawshore Lake dialed in at 12:20 from San Rafael, California, a 2017 Chevy. A.J.'s from Santa Rosa, California, in 2015 Mustang. Shawshore Lake breaks out, handing the win to A.J. Long. He goes 13:38 at 107 miles an hour for the win. Shawshore Lake broke out, goes 12 flat on a 12:20 dial. Ron Jacks down at 12:49 out of Napa, California, 89 Mustang, going against Ethan Hifner down in at 14 flat. Jacks down at 12:49. Travis Air Force Base, Ethan is stationed at. And Ron Jacks takes the win. He goes 12:72 on a 12:49 dial, 107. He treed Ethan big time, a 2:53 to a 5:31. Eric Phillips down in at 14:65 out of Los Gatos, California, the 01 Honda, going against Tony Clements down in at 13:70, Santa Rosa, California, 06 Chevy Cobalt, I believe that is, in the O'Reilly lane. And Tony Clements will take the win, goes 14:22 on a 13:70 dial. 102 miles an hour. He had a 360 like Eric Phillips had a 587. He went 15:21 on a 14:65. Christian Flores down in 1160 Napa, California, 08 Vet, going against Tim Turnip Speed. 1480 dial, turns on the red light, so Tim Turnip Speed is out. Christian Flores will continue on. All right, Vince Garnell down in 1197. Nathan Van Tanuski dialed in at 1280. And the win will go to Vince Garnell. Takes the win, 1208 at 108 miles an hour. Carlos Hilson out of Ross, California. The 99 Miata has the bye run in Gear Jammers. And that'll finish up the Gear Jammers segment, first round tonight. All right, looks like we're going to be into some time onlys right now. So we're going to take a small little break, take a little rest, and then we'll be back for, I believe it's going to be Sports Street first round when we get back after these time onlys. All right, we're back in the first round of Port Street now. Jorge Valencia Jr. could not pull a worse draw if he wanted to. Dead on Doug McKay. Valencia Jr. down at 1380. Doug McKay down at 1353. The points leader out of Rodeo, California, 2017 Ford EcoBoost twin turbocharged Ford pickup truck. Jorge Valencia Jr. 1380 down Santa Rosa, California, in the 08G 37. And Jorge Valencia Jr. became David, taking on Goliath, and wins. Jorge Valencia Jr. goes 1380 dead on 2, a 159 package. Takes the win over Doug McKay. Knocks out the points leader in the first round, and the red car that's a couple cars back is licking his chops. Tom Markovich down at 1330 out of Napa, California, 2014 Porsche. Down at 1330, Rick McNamara down at 1901 in the Jupiter 2. And the win will go to the Jupiter 2. A Toyota minivan takes out a Porsche. All right. Here's the guy who was licking his chops. Billy Taggart, the legend, just saw the points leader go down. He's number 2 in the points. He's going, I've got to win tonight. He goes against Robert Goma down in at 1520, Taggart down in at 1804. And a rarity, man. Doug McKay is out, and okay. Bill Taggart moves on, 1847 at 62 miles an hour for him. They'll win. Yanni Sanchez down in at 1410, San Pablo, California. He's a chef in the 205 S2000 Honda, going against Dylan Lacoma down at 1234, Los Gatos, California, BMW. And Yanni Sanchez takes the win, goes 14:59 and 98 miles an hour. Margin of victory was 14.9 inches. Matt Bryans takes the win. David Lambert turns on the red light. So Matt Bryans, he moves on to the next round. Neil Marissa down at 1395 out of Scotts Valley in the Affinity, going against Steve Del Buno Jr. down at 1528 of Vallejo, California, 2016 Kia, and the win will go to Steve Del Buno Sr. He goes 1532 at 87 miles an hour. Sean Kramer, he gets the bye run. He's going to move on to the next round of Sport Street. All right, Sean Kramer, he goes at 1840, and now we're going to move on. Well, it looks like something happened to Sean Kramer. He didn't make it down the track. He made it just out to the 60-foot line, and that's it. Now they're pushing him back. So that's it. Sean Kramer, he got the bye run and does not actually get to move on. He broke, he's done, he did not cross the finish line. right, so Sean Kramer he's going to still be in. If he can get the car fixed, he gets to move on to the next round if the car is fixable. All right, Brad Bowen. We were in the street down at 1353 in Novato, California, 2000 Trans Am going against Alan Arias down at 1240 out of Oakland, California. So let's hope he can fix the BMW. So he gets to go back. He can go back into the next round. So hey, that's pretty cool. And Brad Bowen goes 1372 at 83 miles out. Alan Arias goes 1264 at 111. And Bowen gets to move on. Dave Mullet down at 1394 out of Vacaville, California. 94 Camaro. Steve Ball down at 1399. The 01 Mustang. And Mullet breaks out, handing the win over to Steve Ball, who was 14.5 on a 13.99 dial at 90 miles an hour. He had an 084 light to Mullet's 174. Ed Shaw down 1159, Pleasant Hill, California, driving a Dodge. Dennis Stratford dialed in at 1220. Out of Napa, California, in a 2014 Corvette. And Stratford takes the win. He goes 1223 and a 1220 dial, 112 miles an hour. Ed Shaw goes 1175 and 1159 dial. He had the better light, Shaw did, and a 158 to a 180, but still took the loss. Just could not run the number. Steve Hurley down at 1259, San Francisco, California, in the Ferrari. Going against Ryan Haluska down at 1434. Out of Katati in the GMC pickup. And once again, the track lights are on. We need you guys to have your tail lights on. A few of you have been going down the track that did not turn on the lights, so please turn on your trail lights. And believe it or not, Steve Hurley in the Ferrari takes the win over Ryan Haluska. He goes 1285 at 113 miles an hour. Ryan Haluska went 1447 on a 1434 dial, but he had a very bad light than Ryan. Anytime you start your number with a 1 and a point, odds are you're going to lose, and that's what he did. Alex Mann, 1215, Walnut Creek, California, 2018 Mustang. Ken Ruggiero, 1525 dial, and Ron Ruggiero takes the win, 1525, dead on zero at 89 miles an hour, 121 on the tree. That gives him a 121 package. Brandon Globe down at 1230, going against Ron Swanson down at 1295. And Brian Globe takes the win on a double breakout. He goes 1228 at 112 miles an hour. Russ Swanson goes 1289 for the loss on a 1295 dial. Zach Peterson, 1150 dial out of Petaluma, California, 2018 Camaro, going against Dan Milliken, 1355 dial out of Pen Grove, California, in the 2012 Challenger. Dan Milliken takes the win. He goes 1422 on a 1355 dial, 100 miles an hour. Zach Peterson goes 1348 on a 1150 dial at 117. Just could not run the number, did Zach Peterson. He had a better light of 333 to a 755. Okay, Ron Sleckler in the O'Reilly side down at 1661 out of Napa, California in the 51 Chevy. Going against car number 185, dialed in at 1230 in a Toyota side. And looks like something happened to the car on the Toyota side. Ron Sleckler will take the win. He goes 1680, 80 miles an hour on a 1661 dial for the win. We'll let the Toyota side get up to the top end, and then we'll get on to the next cars, which is going to be street. Going to be Josh P-Code down at 1330 out of Martinez, California. The 2012 Mustang turns on the red light. Matthew Hardy will take the win in the O'Reilly side. Okay, Nick Egan down 1187, going against Andrew Andre in the O'Reilly side. And Nick Egan takes the win, goes 1192 and 117 miles an hour. All right, attention in the pits. Marty Farmer will take the loss. Alex Duberdale will take the win. Attention everybody out there in the racetrack. We have just been given a small little black purse, and we've got a driver's license and a social security card in it, and the name is Serrano, Huezeo is the name. If you could come up to the tower, we have your driver's license, social security card, and your little purse. And Zach Peterson turns on the red light. Spencer Marcel takes the win. All right, Dennis Crawley going against Douglas Huggard in the O'Reilly side. Crawley takes the win. Douglas turns on the red light. So Dennis Crawley gets moving on. Once again, we do have a small black purse. I just said the name and everything. Please come to the tower. We have your purse, your driver's license, and your social security card. Okay. Pete Ruggiero down at 13 flat. He takes the win. Jay Russell turns on the red light. He goes 001 red, so Pete's going to move on. All right, Ingrid Tatiana to the tower. That's whose driver's license we have. Ingrid Tatiana to the tower. We have your purse and your driver's license. All right. And Ted Korski goes 1551 at 90 miles an hour in the Toyota side. This is going to bring us up to, I believe, high school. Once again, Ingrid Tatiana, we need you to the tower. We have your purse with your driver's license and some credit cards and everything in it. So Ingrid Tatiana to the tower. Corbin McIntosh down at 15:30 in the total lane out of Novato, California, going against Ty Crum down at 19:47. This is high school. So Corbin McIntosh takes the win. He goes 15:39 at 72 miles an hour. All right, Eddie Schultz got the bye run. Then we're going to be right back into jackpot. So it's going to be, I believe, Ty Crum and Eddie Schultz in the final of high school. There was only 3 cars, so that's got to be the finals. All right, once again, Ingrid Tatiana to the tower, please. Ingrid Tatiana to the tower. We have your purse with your driver's license and other things in it. All right, here we go. We're into round number 2. Jackpot. Jeff Passard dialing at 1050, Novato, California. 98 GMC Sonoma going against Jonathan Pinton, dialed in at 943. The 1957 Eric Johnson prepared car in the O'Reilly side. Looks like Jonathan Pinton pulls off the track to the wall. Looks like something happened to him. He's coasting up the track. We'll see if he can make it. Jeff Passard will take the win. He goes 10:51 at 120 miles an hour. He was 008 on the tree. Pinton pulls off the center line, coasts up to the top end. Looks like he's going to make the turn. And he makes the turn on the short chute. So Jonathan Pinton's night is done. And then his hopes of catching Brian Cam are over. Okay, Big Bad Tommy Johnson out of Santa Rosa, California. Big Johnson's Automotive, 70 Camaro, down at 1014. Scott Surley down at 1175 out of San Rafael, California, in a 71 Camaro. And the winner go to Tommy Johnson. He goes 10:17 at 117 miles an hour. He was 0:16 on the street. Scott Surley was 0:78, goes 11:77 on a 12:61 dial. Mark Sawyer down at 13:15, Santa Rosa, California. 72 Chevy Love Altered down at 13:15. Bobby Grabian, 12:61 down, Novato, California. 2014 Mustang GT. And And Mark Sawyer takes out Bobby Grabian. He goes 13-18 at 98 miles an hour for the win. Bobby goes 12-64 on a 12-61, 101.4 miles an hour. Sawyer treated him big time, 0.39 to an 0.88. All right, here we go. Tom Taggart dropped the dial, goes 11:38, dial 11:38 in the 72 Concourse Wagon, going against Brian Cam, the points leader, dial at 12:13, and that's it. Cam is out too, so the points lead is not going to change any numbers tonight. Pinnon leads here 1 point behind Brian Cam, because Cam is out too. Taggart goes 11:43 at 113 miles an hour for the win. And that's it for Jackpot. We'll be moving on into Comprod. Joe Piazza dialed in at 12:24 in the 50 Chevy, going against Rich Rivero, dialed in 11:05 in the 2018 Mustang. Piazza takes the win. He goes 12:25 on a 4 on a 12:24 dial at 109 miles out. Rich Rivero goes 11:06 on 11:05 at 125. Was done on the tree. Joe Piazza goes 0:53 to a 149 for a trio. Piazza moves on. Michael Smith down in 11:80 out of Fairfield, California, 64 Chevy, going against Nick at Night Bubbles down in at 13:12 in the Applied Automotive 2001 Corvette. Michael Smith takes the win. He goes 11:82 and 11:80 dial, 109 miles out. Nick Bubbles goes 13:14 on a 13:12 dial, 104. 0:56 for Michael Smith, 0:55 for Nick Bubbles. Margin of victory at the stripe was 16.4 inches. Chris Burden dialed in at 1360, 2013 Applied Automotive Challenger, going against Bob Norbaum Sr., 1190 dial, Norbaum's Garage, 69 Pontiac. All right, the winner go to Chris Burden. He goes 1366 on a 1360, 102 miles an hour. Norbaum goes 1198 for the loss at 105. He treated him an 037, but could not run the number. Burden had an 042 light. All right, that'll conclude the second round of Comprod, and we'll be into motorcycles right now. All right, this is going to be the semifinals of motorcycle right here. James Mimoni, he's going to get the bye run here. Dialed in at 1090. He's going to race one of these two bikes behind him. And then we got the Harleys doing time onlys behind that. So James is Very late on the tree at 6:38. He goes 11:27 on a 10.90 dial, 144. But he moves into the finals to go against one of these two. Sean Baldo or Vince Pampanoni in the Toyota side. Pampanoni's dialed in at 13 flat. Baldo's dialed in at 10.70. They're going to go, who's going to race James Mamoni? This is it. Semifinals. And something happened to Vincent at the line, so Sean Baldo is going to move on. He goes 10.94 at 130 miles an hour. All right, we're doing some motorcycle time onlys, and then we'll be into the next round of gear jammers. All right, we're into gear jammers. Andy Kuzak down 1160. Patrick Lanoux dialed in at 1380, and the winner go to Patrick Lanoux. Goes 14:13 at 85 miles an hour for the win. Ron Jacks down at 1249. Napa, California, 89 Mustang. Tony Clements 1370 dial. Santa Rosa, California, 2006 Chevy. Ron Jacks goes 12:59 on a 12:49 dial, 104 miles an hour for the win. Clements was 1388 on a 1370 dial, 102. Jacks had the way better light, 094 to a 266. Vince Cardinale down at 1197. San Francisco, California in the 2013 Chevy. Carl Silson down at 1250 in the 1999 Miata. And Vince Cardinale in rarity is gone. Carl Silson takes the win in the Miata. Moves on. AJ Long, 1290 dial. He's got the buy run. He is going to move on to the next round. That's going to bring us back into some time onlys. And then we will go to the next one, I believe, of street after we do some time onlys here. All right, we're finishing up with the time runs. It's Bobby Grabian taking a time shot here. Then we're going to be into the next round of Sports Street, which looks like it's going to be a really good round. I can tell you who's there. It's going to be Jorge Valencia Jr. going against Rick McNamara. Oh, look at Bobby. I'm going to see Bobby in the tower. Hopefully he's got his radio on. I'm going to give you a bond sticker, Bobby. Even though you were in time only, I'm going to give you a bond sticker. You win 007. All right. Jorge Valencia Jr., who took out Doug McKay, goes down at 1380, going against Rick McNamara in the Jupiter 2. He's lost in space down at 1901. And Rick McNamara, he's still out there in space somewhere, takes the win. He goes 1906 at 72 miles an hour. Jorge Valencia Jr., who could not run the number, he was 222 on the tree compared to McNamara's 078. Bill Taggart down at 1807 going against Yanni Sanchez. It's all over. Bill Taggart going, I gotta win, I gotta win, I gotta win. I want to be points leader. He's going to move on to the next round. So Bill Taggart's got a shot of overtaking Doug McKay tonight. Or being real close. I don't know what the point differential is, but I know it's tight. Matt Bryan's 1840 dial in the Toyota side, going against Steve Del Buono Jr. down in at 1528. He's got the Kia going against a 2018 Ford. It might be a C-Max. I don't know. It's a small little Ford. I didn't see what it was. And the winner will go to Matt Bryan. So he goes 1854 on an 1840 dial at 63 miles an hour. Steve Del Buono Jr. could not run the number. He goes 1548 on a 1528 dial, 88. Steve had the better of the two lights, not by much, 072 to an 078. All right. Big Bad Brad Bowen, Toyota side, down at 1356. Going against Ked Ruggiero, down in at 1524. A double breakout win goes to Brad Bowen. He takes the win. He goes 1347 at 96 miles an hour for the win. Steve Ball down in at 1395 out of Napa, California, going against Steve Hurley down in at 1259 San Francisco, California, in the Ferrari. Well, we can call him Magnum. And Steve Ball takes the win. He goes 1419 to 76 miles an hour. Steve Hurley goes 1396 at 105. Brandon Globe down at 1230 going against Dan McKenna down at 1355 O'Reilly side. And Dan McKenna takes the win, goes 1393 at 101 miles an hour. Brandon broke out. It goes 1227 on a 1239. 1230 for the loss. Matthew Hardy down in at 1417. Ron Shackler down in at 1661 in the O'Reilly side. And Ron Shackler breaks out. Matthew Hardy will take the win. He goes 1456 on a 1470 at 94 miles an hour. Ron, he goes 1638 on a 1661 dial. There was a little misdial on that one, I believe. Nick Egan, 1187. We're in the street. Dennis Stratford dialed in at 1220. And Dennis Stratford breaks out 12:19 or 12:20, 114 miles an hour. Nick Egan takes the win. He goes 12:04 at 117 miles an hour. Dennis Crawley down to 14:40 out of Forestville in the 96 Vet. Spencer Marcel, 1170 Dial. Randall Park, 67 Barracuda. All right, Spencer Marcel takes the win. He goes 1170, 113 miles an hour. Dennis Crawley could not run the number. He goes 14:47 at 95 miles an hour because Spencer dead on. Dennis Crawley could not make up the difference. He had the better light, but that was it. Mike Gervais, 1414 Dial of Guerneville, California, 70 Camaro going against Ted Korski down at 1548 Redwood City Dodge. And the winner go to Mike Gervais. He goes 14:28 on a 14:14 Dial, 89 miles an hour on the brakes. Ted goes 15:56 on a 15:48 Dial for the loss. Pete Ruggiero, he's got the bye run. He'll go Dial 13 flat, and he'll be moving on. All right, we're into high school. This is your high school final. Eddie Schultz, Toyota side, going against Corbin McIntosh, down in the O'Reilly side, down in at 1561. All right, your champion for tonight will be Eddie Schultz. He goes 1575 at 87 miles an hour for the win. Corbin McIntosh, who got the Juggers tech card that Juggers Racing is giving out every Wednesday night to high school students to the end of the year. He gets that, and second place. So Eddie Schultz for the win. Corbin McIntosh, second place. Tom Johnson down at 1013 Santa Rosa, California, Big Johnson's Automotive. 70 Camaro, Jeff Bazar down at 1048, Nevada, California. This is going to be a good race, a 98 GMC Sonoma pickup. And this is your semifinals of Jackpot. If nobody's sitting out, this is your semifinals. All right, Tommy Johnson's going to move into the finals. Bazar turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne 021 to the bad side of the tree. So Tommy's into the finals. He goes 10-10 at 130 miles an hour. He's going to race one of these two cars behind him. Tom Tiger down at 11:39. Mark Sawyer down in at 13:17 in the Chevy Love, going against the 72 Chevelle wagon. And Sawyer turns on the red light, Taggart, and it's going to be Tom Taggart going against Tom Johnson. It's the battle of the Toms in the final of Jackpot. And Tommy Taggart runs as fast as he's ever run in that car. Goes 11:32 at 115 miles an hour. All right, we're into Comparod, and Byron's going to go to Joe Piazza. And if nobody's sitting it out in Comparod, Piazza is going to be going to the finals. He's going to race one of the two cars behind him. Well, Piazza 076 on the tree. Let's see what he does on a 1223 dial. He's going to move on to the finals after this pass. He goes 1222 on a 1223 at 109. He's going to race one of these two cars in the finals. Chris Burden down in at 1365, going against Michael Smith down in at 1180 in the O'Reilly side. Looks like something happened to Michael Smith's car. They're waving him back out. And the win is going to go to Chris Burden. He's going to be racing Tommy Johnson for the big bucks sorry about that. Chris Burden is going to be racing Piazza in the finals of Comprod. All right, here we go. Now we got two finals set. We got the Jackpot finals and Comprod finals. And we're going to be into the motorcycle finals as soon as we get everything cleaned up on the track there for a little bit. Okay, in the Battle of Toms in Jackpot, Tommy Johnson is going for 4 wins in a row. Let's see if he can continue on. Tom Taggart's looking for his first win of the season. See what happens when that comes back. Chris Burden is going to be going against Joe Piazza in Comprod. Piazza, he's your points leader, and by making the finals, will retain that by far. Burden, seeing if he can take down Joe Piazza. Burden seems he's been on a streak. He won up in Sacramento, where they had that big buck shootout, where he took home a lot of money. See if he can continue on his winning ways. So we got 2 final sets. Well, actually 3. Motorcycle finals is coming at you. All right, Danny and Brian are doing a little cleanup out there on the track. And the light show is going to be put on by Brian out there. If we got any marshmallows, we can get Brian to toast them if you guys want. And if you got a hot dog and you're hungry, maybe you can get him to do it right now. All right, looks like they're waving up the motorcycles. We're going to have James Mamoni down at 1095 from San Francisco, California, and the Kawasaki going against Sean Baldo down in at 1090 out of Vallejo, California. It says BMW. I couldn't tell what it was, but maybe it is a BMW. This is it, the finals of motorcycle. I think I can tell you, well, one of these two will be a first-time winner this year. And it's going to be Sean Botto. I believe that's going to be his first win of the season. He goes 11-12 at 122 miles an hour on a 1090 dial. He was 105 on the tree. James Mamoni, he was 11-20, could not run the 1095 dial at 138 miles an hour. Plus, he was late, a 315 light on the tree. So, Sean Botto, you winner tonight for a motorcycle. Okay, we're into Gear Jammers. We got a few Gear Jammers out here to go. Gear Jammers is going to be a big class tonight. It's usually our biggest. Some say street is, but I believe that Gear Jammers, when people, it's the biggest class. Patrick Lanoux down at 1380 going against AJ Inong. Well, I don't have to say AJ's name again. He just turned on the red light. So Patrick Lanoux moves on to the next round. So Patrick Lanoux takes the win. He moves on. We're going to have Ron Jacks down at 1250 going against Carl Hilson down at 1250. Hey, heads up race. Okay, watch this one close. Whoever leaves better is usually going to take the win, and it's a double red light. And with True Start, the one closest to zero when they both red light will take the win. Ron Jacks, 036 for the win. Carl Silson, 092 for the loss. All right, Ingrid Tatiana, we need you to the tower. We have your purse. It's got your driver's license and some credit cards and stuff like that. Please come to the tower. And Ron Jacks takes the win. All right, we're doing some time onlys right now. And then we'll be back in after Gear Jammers. I'm going to believe we're going to be into Sport Street. So once again, Ingrid Tatiana, we have your purse up here. Please come to the tower, Ingrid Tatiana. All right, Matt Bryan's down at 1840 out of Petaluma, California, going against the legend Bill Taggart down at 1808. Hey, wow, Bill Taggart actually has to chase somebody down. Go figure that. that was the semifinals. It looks like Rick McNamara is going to sit it out, so it's going to be Taggart going against Rick McNamara in the finals of Sports Street. All right, we're into street. Brad Bowen going against Dan Milliken. Milliken dialed in at 13:55. Brad Bowen dialed in at 13:45. I believe this is the quarterfinals. Brad Bowen, he turns the red light on, so Dan Milliken's going to take the win. Bowen goes 004 to the bad side of the tree for the loss. Steve Ball dialed in at 13:95. Matthew Hardy dialed in at 14:17 in the O'Reilly 2018 Mustang going against the 2001 Mustang. Actually, this is going to be a little before the quarterfinals. There are a couple more cars that were hidden as they were pulling up by the tower. So Steve Ball takes the win, goes 14:26 at 73 miles an hour. Steve Hardy had a really horrid ride. He had a 520 light to a Steve Ball 077, so that says it all. Nick Egan dialed in at 11:87, takes the win. Spencer Marcel turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne. He goes 052 to the bad side of the tree, handing the win over to Nick Egan. Pete Ruggiero down in a 13 flat in the O'Reilly side. Michael Gervais 14-14 dial in the Toyota lane. Sports Street to your cars. Sports Street guys to your cars. And the winner go to Michael Gervais. He goes 14:26, 81 miles an hour for the win. Pete could not run his number. He goes 13:46 on a 13 flat dial, 105 miles an hour. But when you start you at a 0.6 for your reaction time, it's over. Gervais was 0.135. Once again, Ingrid Tatiana, we have your purse up here in the tower. Ingrid Tatiana, to the tower, please. All right, we've had two finals, our high school finals and our motorcycle finals, and here we go. This is your finals, I believe, for Comprod. Joe Piazza, dialed in at 12:20 out of Novato, California, in his 50 Chevy, going against Chris Burden, down at 13:64 out of Fairfax, California, Applied Automotive sponsored 2013 Challenger in the O'Reilly side. And Joe Piazza takes out Chris Burnham. Burnham breaks out. He goes 1363 and a 1364 dial, 93 miles an hour. Piazza, your points leader, takes the win. Goes 1220, dead on 4 at 109 miles an hour. Burnham had him 021 to 065 light. Took a little too much stripe. So Joe Piazza takes the win. Now we're going to move into the finals of Compra. Tom Taggart down at 11:30. To the other side going against Tom Johnson down at 10:09 in the O'Reilly lane. And remember, everybody, all winners go up to, I believe, I don't know if we're doing it tonight, but we usually take pictures at Sunoco Victory Lane. Steve will be up there unlocking the place. So again, all winners to Sunoco Victory Lane. And get your picture taken, and we'll post it on, Kyle will post it on Facebook. Well, Tom Johnson makes it 4 in a row. He goes 10-11 and a 10-09 dial. He was 0-20 on the tree. Taggart was 0-47. He goes 11-32 and 11-30 dial, 114 for second place. Tom Johnson, 4 in a row. He's back. He's bad. It's Tommy Johnson. All right, Gear Jammers. I believe this is the Gear Jammers finals. Patrick Lanoux and Ron Jackson. Ron Jackson turns on the red light. Patrick Lanoux takes the win. He will be the champion tonight. So congratulations to Patrick Lanoux. He goes 14:07, 102 miles an hour for the win. All right, here we go. This is going to be a good race. Slow race, but a good race. We got Bill Taggart down in 1814 out of Pacheco, California, in a Monument Car Parts 2001 Taurus, going against Rick McNamara down at 1901. 2 races in a row. Taggart's going to have to run somebody down. Rick McNamara, 1901 dial out of Newark, and the Jupiter 2 91 Toyota Previa minivan. You saw flowers with that too. See who's going to have the better of the 2 lights. Who's going to take the win? Is it going to be McNamara and Taggart in the slow race? We can go get coffee and come back, and they might get to the end of the track by then. Okay, we're waiting, we're waiting, we're waiting. And the win will go to the legend, and he keeps becoming a legend. Bill Taggart goes 18:26 at 69 miles an hour. McNamara goes 19:07 and a 19:01 at 72 miles an hour. Taggart 0:86 on the tree. McNamara 178. So your champion for Sport Street, and could be your new points leader or real close, will be Bill the Legend Taggart. Okay, we're back into street. We got Nick Egan down in 1195 going against Dan Milliken down at 1355 in the O'Reilly side. So once again, all winners, when you're, please go to the Sunoco Victory Lane. Once again, all winners to the Sunoco Victory Lane. Get your pictures taken with Steve, and Kyle will be posting them on Facebook. So again, all winners to Sunoco Victory Lane. And the win will go to Dan Milliken. He goes 1393 and 100. at 100 miles an hour for the win. Michael Gervais down at 14.14, going against Steve Ball down at 13.95. And Steve Ball takes the win, goes 13.96 at 96 miles an hour. So again, after the races, we're going to be taking pictures of all the winners at Sunoco Victory Lane. So if you guys all there standing around watching the races tonight, come on over, make it a big party. Watch all the winners get their trophies and their pictures taken at Sunoco Victory Lane. Okay, we're in the time onlys right now. All right, here we go. This is it. The last race of the night, the street finals. Dan Milliken in the O'Reilly side, dial in at 13.55. Steve Ball, Toyota Lane, dial in at 13.95. 2012 Challenger going against a 2001 Mustang. This is it. Who is going to take home the big trophy? And Steve Ball takes the win. He goes 14.20, 77 miles an hour on a 13.95 dial. Dan Milliken, well, when you start out with a .5 on your reaction time and your opponent starts out with a .0, you know that you're going to be taking home the second place trophy. So, Steve Ball takes the win, Dan Milliken comes in second, and that will conclude Wednesday night for tonight. And on behalf of Danny DeVita and Brian Taylor and the rest of the starting line crew and the tech crew of Paul and Steve with the help of Bill Taggart, the fire safety crew, Kyle Seipel, and the rest of the tower crew, we all thank you for coming out and supporting Wednesday Night Drag. So be careful and have a great drive home, and we'll see you next Wednesday night. So all winners, please head over to Sunoco Victory Lane to get your pictures taken with Steve, and we will be handing them over to Kyle Seipel, which will be posted on Facebook. So we'll see you next Wednesday night.